Oh my god, the buttons work. It's fucking incredible. Absolutely amazing. Sure, I fixed it literally 5 minutes before we got started, but the fact is, it is technically working. Sewer Creature sounds like he blew his mind a little bit today. How'd that go, Sewer Creature? How's everybody doing? Hope people are having a good day. Roland, good to see you. Data Nerd, welcome in. We're gonna be getting back a little bit to our roots today, and by roots, I just mean I think I'm just gonna do acrylic painting for a little while. I've been losing my mind in the realm of oil and mixed medium for a while, and I just kind of wanna simplify things. I wanna go back to basics at least until Adepticon is done, just because there are a number of projects I want to get done before now and then. And if I keep doing oils, I'm gonna keep being like, I want to do complicated things. And if I do complicated things, they're gonna take me a while, and I'm not gonna get done. That's my logic, anyway. Been an okay day over here. Okay is generally not bad, and while not, ideally what I'd like to hear, it's in that realm. It's in that realm, Data Nerd. AFK stream confirmed. Wait, my audio's on, isn't it? Okay, I was like, oh my god, losing my mind a little bit. By roots, I mean actually streaming. It's funny. I did miss a week. I didn't mean to do that. I am sorry about that, guys. That was a little unexpected. And things just kind of kept coming up. How you doing, Nash's Workshop? It's good to see you, man. Before I fully lose my mind over Unga Bunga Fire Good, actually get the finished thingy I sent you. Is it the one on Discord, Sewer Creature? I had a moment where I was like, oh my god, did he send me a package? Okay, yes, I did. I remember I meant to send you a message about that. I've just been, man, this last week has been fucking crazy. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'll ping you on Discord tonight about that. I dig it, man. Your style is so much fun. Here, have a scallion pancake. Have a scallion pancake to brighten up your day. That's what they used to say in the old country. For now, at least. Well, that's sometimes the best we can hope for. Data Nerd, I'm just glad to have you here. I'm glad things are going okay. It did, yes. Absolutely, Sewer Creature. Discovered a multi-layered food atrocity, Joy. I'm sure that we'll get to enjoy that too. Probably. It seems to always happen to us. I don't know what it is that we did to deserve it, but... Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Hamburg Tech! Hello to you too, my friend. How are you doing today? Got replacement threaded rods for my printer. Finally realized why my pulleys are clacking the way they are. Ooh, what's going on with your pulleys, buddy? I had some issues with my printer for a long time and discovered I was having some problem with my pulleys. It was one of those problems that I tracked down through multiple layers of troubleshooting. And I only really realized that it was an issue because I started printing things that were not only tall, but then had to line up with geometry on other pieces. And there was a virtually imperceptible lean. It was like over 10 centimeters, there would be a lean of 1 millimeter. But when I then started stacking up objects and interlocking them, it became clear that there was an issue, and it was a very frustrating one to sort out. But ultimately, it just comes down to, man, make sure that gantry is genuinely squared, because if it's not, printer don't like it. Pulleys that aren't round. That's an odd feature in a pulley. Pulleys that don't fit the belt quite right also help make that clack noise worse. So you just got bad pulleys. I started to read that combination of words there, Roland, and my brain just won't let me finish it. I think it's a protective measure. I'm gonna finish off my tea here. I am going to paper up my wet palette, and I'm just going to launch myself at this mini with some acrylics tonight, and we're going to see if we can't just paint a mini in a stream. Because, as I'm reminding myself, these are proxy game pieces, and I just don't need to spend that much time on them. We're gonna try to get it knocked out. That's not how this works, Roland. I realize that's how you would like this to work, but, I mean, there are a lot of things in life I would like to be true that just aren't. Is anybody else feeling, like, really bad for Liam Hemsworth right now? Yeah, I saw that, Roland, and I'm sorry to hear it. Did I see also this morning that you just went back to your old position with more pay? So not all bad, at least I hope. You haven't seen this, Sewer Creature? So, The Witcher Season 3 has, I guess, that's coming out summer 2023, I want to say. But they announced for Witcher... God damn, that's not bad, Roland. They announced for Witcher Season 4... The Witcher Season 4, pardon me, that Henry Cavill will be leaving the show and will be getting replaced by Liam Hemsworth. And it has come out that this is largely over creative differences that Henry Cavill has with the showrunners and the writers. Henry Cavill, I guess, you know, because the internet just loves to blow this guy, he's a big fan of the Witcher games and books and yada yada, and I guess the showrunners aren't. And I mean, I'm with Cavill on this. The writers have done some real disservices to the writing in the Witcher books. I don't think I'm as big a fan of those books as a lot of people are, but they're good. They're interesting. They're unique at the very least. I think Andrzej Sapkowski is a bit of a pill, but whatever. And so, yeah, he's leaving the show over creative differences, and they're swapping in Liam Hemsworth, and I had this feeling, and I go online and I look, and a bunch of other people share it. It's basically like, why don't you just cancel the fucking show? Like, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back for a season 4 where it's just like, oh, Henry Cavill's Liam Hemsworth now. Like, and I feel really bad for Liam Hemsworth, because I don't think Liam is, like, a bad actor. He's been in a few things, and he's been fine in everything I've seen him in. I can't specifically name them offhand. You think he was in Westworld Season 1? That sounds right. But I feel for Liam right now. Because, like, I just got this amazing role. I'm going to be on Netflix's The Witcher. I'm going to step into a role that Henry Cavill was doing. We're going to keep going with the show. And you're like, what does the internet have to say? Fuck this show. Like, oh, no. Nobody's going to watch it. Everyone hates it. That seems very possible, Data Nerd. I'm not even going to bother to come back for Witcher Season 3 with how they've been treating Season 1 and 2 and then Cavill leaving. I'm like, why am I going to bother watching Season 3 when I know Season 4 is going to be a shit show? Netflix can't seem to keep a show going to save its life. And what the hell is with hiring all these writers that hate the source material for fantasy shows lately? I don't get it. Is it really that hard to find showrunners? I mean, that's a genuine question. I have no idea. Maybe he can be a different Witcher, but he's going to be stepping in as Geralt of Rivia. You can't really be like, Geralt of Rivia left the story. Some other Witcher is going to finish things up. Like, it doesn't really work. Yeah, that was surprising to me to hear, Roland, but there are multiple confirmed reports that the writers, I guess, like, actively dislike The Witcher, even though they're writing for the show, and it makes me wonder, like, why did you even go out for the job? And I don't understand. Moreover, I don't think I care. I'm just out at this point. You know, there's so much stuff to watch these days that I'm almost thankful when these showrunners give me an excuse to just duck out. Same with Paramount's Halo show. Yeah, I haven't watched that. I don't think I'm going to watch it. It doesn't seem like it's made for... I wouldn't call myself a Halo fan. I enjoyed Halo Combat Evolved in the same way that everybody did, and I enjoyed the follow-up games up through, like, ODST. I think I enjoyed Reach, which I want to say was the last one that Bungie did. And that's about as far as my give a shit goes for Halo, honestly. So when you tell me they're making a Halo show, I have a hard time caring at all. And then you come in and we're like, and we're totally changing the story. And I'm like, I mean, that doesn't make me want to watch it. I don't know what the hell these people are doing with the video game and fantasy shows lately. Weirdly out of place racism. Oh, joy. Who doesn't love that? Halo 1 sucked. 2 was a ton of fun. Yeah, I remember 2 being a lot of fun. It's been a long time since I've played any of the Halo games. I remember 2 was a big step forward, but I don't think, say, White Wolf, it's not fair to say that Halo 1 sucked. Halo Combat Evolved, like, changed the face of the genre of first-person shooter gaming on consoles. Completely. I remember I was there. It blew all of our fucking minds, and while it may be primitive by modern standards, like, it was a perfectly solid game with an interesting universe, and I really liked its approach to storytelling, where it just kind of drops you into the middle of the world and says, go, figure it out, whatever. Yeah, I keep seeing Chainsaw Man pop up on Amazon, Hulu, one of those two. I know literally nothing about it. I'd say that you probably are biased in that way, White Wolf, because again, I played Halo Combat Evolved, like, when it came out on the Xbox One, when the Xbox One was, like, the next big thing. And Hamburg Tack, yeah, I think that, what I keep reading, what I think, based on no insider knowledge whatsoever, what I think is probably true based on what well, nothing. Is that it's not just showrunners that'll work for certain pay, but showrunners that'll play ball with producers. You know? It's showrunners that when a producer says, yeah, but the algorithm says we gotta put this thing in the show, they go, on it, we're doing it, well, let's get it done. They don't want showrunners who are gonna go, that doesn't really jive with my artistic vision, producer man. I think, like so many things today, the issue is there's too goddamn much money tied up in these fucking projects. Scott Bakula and Jeffrey Combs coming back to Star Trek. Roll and tell me more. I'm interested. He's a guy with chainsaw arms who hunts demons. I mean, okay. I'll watch some. You got me. You got me with the elevator pitch. Watch some Edge Runners. What'd you think, Sewer Creature? I enjoyed Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It was a good watch from beginning to end. For me, anyway. Now, I'm not an anime watcher. I don't follow new releases all that much just because they're anime or because they're from a certain studio. I kind of notice them as they fly by me based on my interests. I noticed Cyberpunk Edge Runners because I like Cyberpunk, and then I'm like, oh, it's Studio Trigger, who I like because I've seen a couple of previous shows from Studio Trigger, most notably Kill La Kill, which was one of my favorites. But, you know, other people have different expectations from them because they've actually been watching Studio Trigger's stuff between then and now. So I was pleasantly surprised. Oh, yeah, Lower Decks. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, Bakula's getting up there. He was on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I want to say, like 2 years ago. And he's actually still looking pretty good. But I know Combs is getting up there. He was in, like, a Creepshow skit a while ago, and he's looking old. Which makes me really sad. I absorbed absolutely none of it. It was like fluent Arabic to a deaf gerbil. It's in English! By the way, watch it, like, you can watch it in Japanese with English subtitles, which is technically how it was made, but really just watch it in English. It's set on the west coast of the United States. Watch more of it. The first episode, at least, is definitely pretty much all set up. And it gets real dark. It gets real dark. Well, that's not fair. I don't want to say it gets real dark. It gets dark. I've seen darker anime. Alright, it's about time to start doing some painting, huh? Why don't we do that? So I kind of finished slopping these bases together and went ahead and based the minis that I need for demoing Cyberpunk RED Combat Zone, since I don't have the official minis. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh, that might have been a TOS violation. That was horrible. A little bit more water. There we go, that's good. And this is probably going to need trim down. It almost certainly is, but I'm not going to jump to any conclusions just yet. Yeah, it needs trimming on both edges. Oh, the animation's gorgeous. That's the one thing that, like, that's Studio Trigger. They do some of the best action animation I've ever seen. It's creative, and it's fun, and it's dynamic, and it works really, really well with Cyberpunk, in my opinion. I was actually just looking at he's just called, like, Cyberpunk Thug Guy, or whatever, but yeah, the not Jackie Wells. This is the guy we're going to be doing today. This is a sculpt from Cyberforge Studios. It's nice, it's fairly simple, not over-detailed. He's got, like, some cargo pants, knee pads, couple of, I guess, are those holsters? They don't really look like holsters, but they could be. Generic pouches on his leg that might be holsters. I can't prove they're not. He's got some cyber arms, little vests, kind of a dramatic haircut, good defined face. He should be a fun paint job. I'm thinking orange pants, like a jade green shirt, skin-colored cybernetic arms with the deep parts done in like a metallic black. Yeah, the guns are they're nasty little snub-nosed fuckers. This is just what I'm thinking. We're gonna keep it simple. Watched up to episode 6, and I think I remember like 5 collective frames of it. Jesus, sewer creature. Do you just not watch like any anime normally? Is it just completely foreign to your brain? Okay. Well, I mean, that could be the issue. I won't say that it isn't. I won't say that it is, certainly, but it sounds like that might be it. How you doing, Vergataron? It's good to see you, man. Nope, I cut that at an angle like a big fucking idiot. I had every opportunity to not do it wrong, and I did it wrong anyway. Well, but, I mean, you know, the problem with that is that wouldn't actually be all that confusing, because the deaf gerbil wouldn't hear anything, so any language would be roughly the same experience. 100% those are holsters, but they don't really have, like... I mean, I guess they're holsters. We're gonna say they're holsters. They buckle down over the top of the gun, right? That sounds like something. Orbital Friendship Control! It's always good to know somebody's in control. How you doing today? No Keanu... I mean, Johnny Silverhand mini. So we have... I did kind of like this one. I think this one is from Unit 9. Is Jenny Silverleg. This is their Rocker Boy mini. She's got the one cybernetic leg. And then, like, some booty shorts and a couple of SMGs. So I'm kind of starting with the... Oh, Cannon. It's blue on a black background. I apologize. Whenever somebody comes in with a blue name, I'm like, who the fuck is that? What's going on? My bad. Orbital Friendship Cannon, that's even more exciting, I have to say. But yeah, it's a ridiculous mini. We're gonna have more fun with this one, some brighter colors. I figure start with the more simpler sculpts. So it's gonna be like that guy, and then maybe Goon Man with baseball bat who looks a bit like a mutant. This is one of the most ridiculous. I have 3 here that I think I'm the most excited about painting. I have 4. I'm going to say I've got 4. One of them, I think, given some recent commentary on my part, should be obvious why, because, gee, I wonder who this model was inspired by. Seems like a character I know from something. Strange urge to give her purplish hair. Yeah, that might be happening. I really like this little Edge Runner mini. Or not Edge Runner, but Net Runner mini. Because she has these little holographic screens, like, popping up out of her little deck on her arm. This is just a really cool figure with some good chunky detail, and Jesus Christ, those thighs. I just gotta look. Ooh. Yeah, okay. That's something. Lots of, it's always leg day in Night City. And then we have this dude who's just pretty cool. It looks like his entire head has been cybernetically replaced with a fucking skull. And I mean, look how cool he is. He's got one leg up, he's holding on to his belt, he's got a cigarette hanging from his other robot hand. He's got like a shotgun slung and like this crazy Mayan god face on the back of his jacket. This dude's just cool. I want to be this guy when I grow up. Skull Jimmy. You actually don't know. So this is like really, really obviously Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell and Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Like this is her style. She dresses... This is, I believe, a pretty common variant of her more casual, pseudo-tactical outfit from Season 1 of Standalone Complex, with the short jacket and everything. There's a few details that are different, but, like, this is pretty definitely Motoko Kusanagi. The Major. Never caught the live stream before, but I like watching the YouTube archives. Dude, thank you for reminding me, because I have a bunch that I need to upload to YouTube. I am so bad about that, Orbital Friendship. Thank you for the reminder. I will get that done. And then this model, which I wasn't sure if I wanted to do because it's just ridiculous, but then I decided I do because it's ridiculous. I don't know why he has to be leaping backwards, but he is. And he's got like a silenced SMG. He's got like a weird chrome-plated chin strap, and then he has a visor with an X over one eye that you can barely see. He's got spikes all over him, and then on his arm is folding out and a little blade is coming out. Like, this model is insane. Have I seen the Cyberpunk Santa? I don't believe that I have. This is not a priority model, but it's one that we're going to be working on. These guys are more priority because they're going to be actually useful in the list, and I really like... These are also models from Cyberforge minis. I really like his sculpting style. If I can recommend Cyberforge without having painted any of his stuff yet, we're going to do a little bit of that. His details are really nice and chunky. He doesn't overdo it. Everything is easily paintable. The proportions are really nice. Like, these are models made for painting. He does a great job with these. And I think I used his pre-supports for these too. I highly recommend checking out Cyberforge Minis if you're interested in some Cyberpunk figures. He has a lot more than what I've been working on. A number of the other sculptors that I've found and that I've printed out They're finer, they're a little fiddlier, they need some messing with their scale to get them just right. Like, this one I think is from Unit 9, and while I love the sculpt, it's also, like, a lot of the details are super fine, and they're going to be kind of challenging to bring out. This cop lady who has, like, she has big-time Sarah Connor from Terminator 2 energy going on. What with the mirrored shades and the ball cap and everything. It was an older Cyberforge holiday model. I only recently discovered Cyberforge, so I couldn't say. Only watched the Cyberpunk anime and played the game for about 10 minutes. I have been a fan of the Cyberpunk setting since the late 90s. A pretty mild fan at first. I played some of Cyberpunk 2013, like one session of it, and then I played a few sessions of Cyberpunk 2020, and then I kind of ignored it for a number of years. And then I came back to Cyberpunk 2020, and that sat in the background of my RPG life along with Shadowrun for a number of years until the big Cyberpunk 2077 announcement happened. And then, you know, a decade goes by, and the game comes out along with Cyberpunk RED, and I'm like, fuck yeah, Cyberpunk's coming back, and the game's like, boom, and it didn't quite happen the way that we imagined it, unfortunately. Nash's Workshop, that would be Cyberpunk Edgerunners on Netflix, which I highly recommend. Need to add a banana peel to... I kind of unironically want to do that, actually. That, like right there, underneath his foot, the little banana peel. So he's not leaping backwards. He is in the process of falling, but he has the presence of mind to hold the blade away from his body and spray some bullets on his way down, like John Woo style. It's super depressing, and this is you know, Orbital Friendship Canon. That's really just the Cyberpunk setting, though. Like, nothing good happens in Night City. Cyberpunk is a depressing setting. There are no happy endings. Alright, let's get started here. Got my Midnight Blue, got my Pro Acryl Blue Black. Oh, this was a dumb thing that I did. One of these is an acrylic paint. The other is an oil paint. I didn't label either one. So we're just going to set that aside for now. That's a problem for future me. And we're going to go with blue-black as the base for our leather. Well, there are anime that are cyberpunk. That's accurate, Nash's Workshop. Psychopaths, Standalone Complex, so on and so forth. But as far as I know, there is only one cyberpunk anime in the sense that it's actually set in the IP named Cyberpunk. Tasty. There's only a 30% chance of the pigment being toxic? What's the big deal? Alright, I'm going to base in blue-black. I'm going to wipe that off my hand. Holy moly, to rain! 23 months! Who's going to get Cyberpunk RED book next week? Oh, fuck yeah, man. Guess who? I'm gonna guess it's probably you. I know that seems like a wild guess, kinda out of nowhere, but I'm gonna go with it anyway. Dude, Cyberpunk RED's a pretty solid game. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here, Terrain. It's wonderful to see you, man. So, yeah, so don't lick it. True Ambaria, that is an important note when you do get into oil painting. Don't lick the brushes. Don't lick the brushes. That's something that you introduce to the paint realm when you start doing oils, is highly toxic pigments. Hey, Mafik, how you doing? messes up looking up other cyberpunk anime in the genre. Well, it's named Cyberpunk, and the other ones are in the cyberpunk genre. Does it really cause that much of a problem? None of the other anime have cyberpunk in the title, as far as I know. Need a base for orange. I'm thinking just burnt sienna, honestly. And then this orange here. And we want to do... What's this? It's a color I haven't used. It's also a color I haven't used. Let's put them over there. I need a base for sort of like a jade green. I've got a jade here, but I want something nice and deep. I think I've got something. That's too bright. That's too bright, but maybe Deep Ocean. Maybe Reaper Deep Ocean, a color that I own, but I don't think I've ever used. It seems promising. What about you? What are you? Midnight Blue. No, not that. Ooh, that's real dark. What is that? Scale 75. Misfits Green. I'm really trying to kind of pare down my paint selection right now. I've got too much. I'm reducing the stock presently. Okay, we can do that. We can do that with maybe a little bit of black green. Yeah. We'll start with the blue-black and see where we go from there, huh? Base coating. Let's take a few drops of water on the palette. Boop, boop. What brushes am I using today? Oh, yes. Yes, that seems about right. Mix your own instead. You know, it's often what I find myself doing. Part of the reason I want to come back to and just do acrylics by themselves for a little while is I want to see what's changed since I've been doing oils. Like, has my thinking changed? Has my technique changed? I don't really know all that much. I haven't paid that much attention. Alright, I'm going with orange for the pants. I'm going to go with cool colors for the boots, which in this case is going to be this blue-black. All his leather is going to be a blue leather rather than a red leather. It's definitely simpler on the brain, not having to think about glazing or anything like that. Or pre-glazing, rather. Glazing is still a thing. Oh, Snow Crash, that's a good one. Neuromancer, oh yeah. Idoru is a favorite. I enjoy my William Gibson. Introduced the Johnny Mnemonic movie to the coworkers. They didn't know it was based on Neuromancer, the book that I think started the whole cyberpunk theme. Yeah, now William Gibson did write a standalone screenplay for Johnny Mnemonic. It was based on Neuromancer, but it had a little translation between Neuromancer itself and that final story, at the very least. Alright, I'll go ahead and hit his belt in a few other spots real quick. Oh, one of his holsters has a leg strap, and the other one doesn't, and I don't know why that bothers me, but it does. Gonna try out oils tomorrow. They are an interesting, a very, very interesting experience, and I hope you have fun with it. If you need any advice, don't hesitate to ask. If I am able to give it, I will. But more than anything, have fun. And don't eat the paints. Do not lick your brush. I've been doing a lot of oil painting lately, and now I'm kind of coming back. Yeah, thank you, Roland. In my head, I was thinking, like, wasn't Johnny Mnemonic just one of the short stories? But I didn't... You know, that happens to me when I'm on stream sometimes, where I'll be like, I think someone is incorrect or mistaken about something, but I don't remember the specifics of it, and I, like, can't stop to look it up, so I just kind of go, yeah, okay. Because I don't want to be like, no, you're wrong, and then have someone go, actually. I might go with brown leather, because it looks like he's wearing fingerless gloves. Or are those just cuffs? Well, it looks like he's wearing fingerless gloves, and then he has mechanical fingers. Well, we'll do something with that. I'm going to drop this down into the recesses, because I want those to stay dark. Some of this artificial musculature. What I do have to remember is to keep my brush moistened. So the pre-glaze is what you want the shadow color to be, essentially. Essentially, though, you also want to make sure that you pick a pigment that's particularly good at staining for that. Which is why I'll kind of default to, like, indigo or asphaltum or umber. It'll influence any color that you put on top of it, but at the same time, don't overthink it. But the most thought I put into it is what I'm going to do here. What, like, is it going to be warm? Is it going to be cool? What do I want the shadows to be influenced by? Hey, Romeo Void. Trotsky, good to see you, man. Oh yeah, Plank Walker? Well, that's exciting. I do still like 100 Kingdoms. Their new models are looking pretty damn nice. Even looking at those, what are they? The Order of the something Tower and the Priory Commander? Because, yeah, those are really, really nice figures. Yeah, I've been out for this last week, Romeo Void. Not on purpose, we just had a series of canceled streams due to life. Guns here. Yeah, I heard Andy Serkis showed up in Andor. Not like because I've literally read nothing about Andor, and then today, like half an hour ago, I randomly come across a comment that's like, oh, Gollum was in Andor, so the fact that I know that is entirely random. Also bought a Powerball ticket. I mean, okay. Fuck it, why not? Aren't they up to something crazy now? There, like, wasn't a winner on the last one. I never do those myself, but, I mean, shit. For that much? If you don't play, you're not gonna win, right? Yeah, I don't know, I'm, you know, I don't want to say I don't gamble, because technically I do. Like, when I go to Vegas, I will enjoy some blackjack. I don't really fuck around with slots or anything like that, but I don't do lotteries. Are lotteries gambling? I guess they are, because you pay to get into a drawing. Why would I even doubt that? What a strange thing. What is wrong with my brain? Alright, let's do some other colors. I'll let one of them get rich. The other ones can all pay into it. Alright, let's take a nice, thinned out burnt sienna. I do love that paint mixer. That's been one of the best investments. You tend to think of that as like a highfalutin quality of life thing for painting, but honestly, I recommend everybody who paints semi-regularly get one. It saves your arms so much, and it ensures your paint mixes are so much nicer. And I think I'll use this as a base for both my skin tone areas and the pants. Keeping it simple, keeping it simple. Oh, it's up and running again, Mafik. It took some effort, but I got it functional once more. I ended up having to replace the screen entirely, which was fun. And then I ended up having to order a piece of glass, because it turns out I didn't just break the screen, but I broke the leveling glass that was underneath it. That was pretty awesome. All in all, I really fucked that printer up. Has anyone seen Black Adam? I haven't. Please don't spoil it. I don't think you could really spoil it that much. It's Black Adam, you know, we all know what's gonna happen. But, I've heard good things about it so far, and I'm kind of hyped for that to hit streaming. I'm not going to go to the theaters to see it, because I really just don't do that anymore. But I am kind of hyped for it to hit streaming. It's not terrible, which is great in 2022. You're not wrong. Particularly for a DC movie. All it has to do is just, like, not bore the shit out of me. And it's doing pretty well. I've been excited about it for a while just because I know it has been a passion project for The Rock, and he's a pretty perfect choice to play Black Adam, in my opinion. I'm gonna sit here and pretend like I'm some huge Black Adam fan, but I am kind of a Shazam fan, so, you know, by proxy. Second thin coat here, and let's do some carefully on the arms, the trick being not to get it in the recesses. I'm really trying to just paint the raised portions. I saw like a come and get you for it where he grabs a man and electrocutes him so much that he turns into cinders, which I admit was surprising to me for a PG-13, and I'm into it. Merlin, thank you for the reminder. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. How you doing, Merlin? How's life? How's painting? Most of the work on this guy is going to come into getting these arms just right. I mean, it makes sense. It's most of the visible model are his cyber arms. Been doing some building for Imperial Knights basing. Nice. How many knights are you going to wind up doing? Do you suppose? Picked up that new-ish, I guess it's been out for a couple of months, Warcry box set, because I'm just going to paint those guys up and take them to Adepticon so I can get some games in with Rhino. Yes, this is one of my bases that he's on, Mechanic. How you doing today, man? 3 armigers. That's not too bad. That's barely even painting knights. So fingers, yes. Knuckles, no. I want his knuckles to be metallic. Missed a few spots with the blue there. We'll come back to that. Let's do the undersides because those are quick and they don't have to be pretty. Painting Stormcast and watching the stream. Nice. Nice. What Stormcast are you painting? For an army or for like a Warcry band? Yeah, we're gonna darken that some. For an army. Stormcaster are pretty friendly to simple painting techniques, which is one of the things I like about them. I painted a bunch for a friend back when they first came out. The first round of Stormcast that were bulkier than the new ones. And they were pretty, kind of relaxing to paint, actually. You can mostly get away with, like, dry brush, wash, detail a few spots, move on. Hey, Dwegham, how you doing? I owe you some bases, by the way. Let me hit you up on Discord a little bit later about that. Yeah, it's been a rough week. It has been a rough week. If it wasn't one thing, it was something else. And then the COVID booster did not help. I mean, you know, objectively, in a grand scheme, it did help. I needed to get it. But, oh my god, those things kick my ass. No, you don't need to do that, Dwegham. Roped into painting the orcs from the Dominion box as well. Are those the Cruel Boys, right? Those are really nice models. I have my critiques of Games Workshop, but those critiques will rarely include these models are bad, because they just aren't. Let's touch up a few spots here. These are 3D prints, Dwegham. And yeah, this is from Cyberforge Minis, who I really recommend. These were a joy to print. Nice and chunky, got good detail. I've printed some other Cyberpunk Minis recently that have not been as painter-friendly as these have been. Get the inside arm here. It has like a mechanical tendon I wanted to hit. Should I get the elbow? Leave the knuckles for now, because I think I want to do them in a warm gray. I'll do that kind of last-ish. What's up, Voxel Forge? How you doing today, man? Going over Grim Nation Hobbies vids, link the Draw Mix Paint vids. Filling that tug into the abyss of oils. It's not an abyss. It is not an abyss. It is a wondrous, ever new, magical place that will free you from the chains of big acrylic. Free your mind. You think that's air you're breathing now? Who would have thought speed paints would be news? Yeah, everybody's doing speed paints now. Everybody's doing speed paints now. It's crazy. I mean, it makes sense. People like them, so if you're in the paint market, like, you know, everybody wants to have their version. Everybody's all about the slap chop method, which is kind of eye-rolly. Alright, where is my... Let's do black-green to start the vest. I mean, speed painting exists without speed paints, Merlin, and I applaud you for that. Because speed paints are ultimately like they're... You know what? I don't want to criticize them. I don't want to criticize speed paints. They're helping a lot of people get into the hobby where before they were not, and that is objectively good. This is just the frustration of getting older. The frustration of being in any hobby is when a new round of people come in and they're like, look at this amazing thing we discovered that makes it easier than it used to be before. This is the new generation of durr. And it's like, we've been doing that literally the whole time. But if you want to slap a fresh coat of paint on it, if you will, you wanna give it some fancy new name and pretend that you invented it, I mean, go ahead. It doesn't really matter. It's just silly. Spiky Bits did an insane article about Vallejo doing a hit piece on speed paints. Spiky Bits had something stupid to say? Well, that's unprecedented. Is my sarcasm coming through? God, it's, you know, I try not to say it, Quahari, like, it comes out of my mouth, and I'm just like, oh god, every time, every day, every time I do that, I can feel myself getting older. It's a terrible feeling. Mixing some black-green with some jade to see what I come out with. A little more. That is not bad. I can base with that. Okay. As usual, Dwegham, though, it's often not the actual origin of the meme that is a problem. It's the fans. It's the communities that then do stupid things with it and are the most frustrating. Vallejo conspiring with someone to cook up reactivation rumors. Oh my god, drama in the paint community? It just sounds ridiculous to me. Dweghom, so far tonight I have been using primarily Pro Acryl, which can be acquired from Steel Warrior Studios now. I believe he just got the green light to get some of their washes in, so he'll have those before long. And they do. They smooth they thin very, very well. Back in my day, we cut figures off their sprues with our teeth. We ground our fingernails and melted them down to make our paint medium. We got our pigments from the garden. I feel the urge to complain about new things as much as any other old person, but I do try to restrain myself because at the end of the day I recognize that it makes it easier for someone to get in. It just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, I want to try the washes too. I'm holding off on my current order from him to get a chance to get those washes. Boss at work didn't know who Matchbox 20 was because she was born in 97. Oh my god. Oh, stop saying these things. Stop it. Oh, I put on a retro 90s station the other day, and I was like, oh, these are all songs I know, and that was also depressing. Like, oh, Smashing Pumpkins! They're hip. They're not. They're not, I'm sorry to say. Also, I don't think they're saying hip anymore. Other than, yeah, how's your hip doing? That's... how's your hip? Ah, oh, Christ. Oh, shut up, Voxel Forge. Could swap usernames with Bitterbrush. Because I'm bitter. Oh, I get it. Alright, let's do a little work on his pantaloons, why don't we? Do one of the other cybernetic dudes in gunmetal, blue, metallic. Yeah, I'm really thinking I'm gonna... Like, this guy? I want to do something good with his arm, because, like, this dude's arms are more subtle as far as cybernetics go. This dude's cyber arm is fucking, like, decked out. Like, look at this thing. I'm thinking of maybe going with, like, a bronze or a gold or something on this to match the eagle on his back. I'm not sure what yet, but he just seems like the kind of guy who would have a pretty fancy arm. I had a few small spots that I missed right here, just so there's no primer showing through. That's the trick, don't want to see any primer. At least not on spots where I didn't intentionally leave it showing. I mean, that should go without saying, but I just said it anyway. I also do not know who Matchbox 20... Yeah, I mean, like... Let's just not do this. Let's not acknowledge how old we are, fellow members of chat who remember Matchbox 20. Damn it. Try something fairly simple here, actually, before I go to the pants. I want to use a color that I have not used yet. That is in my Pro Acryl lineup here. Specifically, their tan flesh color. Don't hobby companies name their paints like all stupid names like Chaos Skin Brown? They do. Full wild line. That is one of the primary benefits I've found to switching to oil paints, is that oil paints are named after the pigments that are in them. And I am 100% with you in that I deeply resent the sheer number of idiotic names that are on all these pigment blends. I guess I understand why they do it, but I wish they wouldn't. Full wild line, thank you for the follow. Did I hear oil paints? That's usually what I'm doing on here. This is my first time going back to acrylics in a while. Thank you so much for the follow. By the way, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Hope you're having a good one out there. But I got a lot of painting to get done before Adepticon, so speed is the name of the game. It's the name of almost every game, really. Couple drops of water. I tried to get my palette cam up today, but I could not get it to agree with OBS. I was lucky enough to get it to recognize the Stream Deck, so I just, you know, I counted my blessings and I moved on. But for future prep streams, I'm gonna try to have the palette cam up so you can see what I'm doing. Oil paints always get a follow. Do some acrylics for bases. Much prefer oils for everything else nowadays. You know, I'm kind of in the same place. Kind of in the same place with a lot of it. I do acrylics on a lot of bases just because it's quick and I can dry brush them, you know? And they can be done fairly snappily. But for a lot of other things, I find myself really liking what oils can do. I want this a little thinner. And, you know, trying to go back to blending in acrylics is like, oh, what am I doing? Whatever the hell I like, they're my models. Merlin, I like you. Have I told you that lately? You're a good guy. Yeah. This is going to work nicely for the arms. Someone who's partially colorblind, it's really hard to know what the heck these wacky name paints are supposed to look like. Yeah, again, that's why I really prefer the pigments. It's just so much simpler, isn't it, Greymail? You know, it matters more in oil paints because the pigments interact a whole lot more and you have to blend a lot of your own colors, and if you don't know what the pigment is, you're going to have a hard time with it. But I still wish that convention would pick up more with acrylics. You know, at the same time, I understand that acrylics cater more to the kind of hobbyist crowd and the paint-by-numbers approach, and I'm sure there are many reasons they don't, but that doesn't matter to me individually so much, and I like to complain, so. Hey, how you doing, Wombat Combat? No medium shame in here. If you're a good painter, you're a good painter no matter what medium you use. Or use. I like that word. You know, like use guys. No matter what medium use guys is usins. Oh, I just got the bing bong from Amazon. That means they delivered me a bag of Mike and Ike's. I love being an adult in 2022. Thankfully not a 50-pound bag. I think it's like a 2-pound bag. I'm not completely out of my mind. I do tend to agree, though. I always tell myself it is a poor craftsman who blames his tools. You can make almost anything work. I've seen people do good painting with, like, craft paints, you know? It can be done. I'll be using Kin's figure paints for many... You can do it? It's not outside the realm of possibility. It's gonna be tricky. You're gonna be fighting your tools a bit, but it can be done. I do feel like I've completely forgotten how to blend acrylic paint. Oh, well, we'll just keep going. I guess the nice thing about this is that these arms are entirely artificial, so if the skin tone isn't perfect, like, it's meant to be a plastic imitation anyway, that's going to be my excuse. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. It's supposed to look like shit. Actually, a pretty good excuse. I mean, I've come up with some good ones in my time, but I like that one a lot. He did it on purpose. What if the craftsman is a tool? Ooh, that's like some divide by zero, can God microwave a burrito so hot that he can't eat it territory, man. Your painting, is really all that matters. Wombat, you know, Wombat, I like you too. Have I told you that lately? What I really like about the oil, since I'm a beginner, is if I do something like eyes or fine details, I'll let the layer beneath completely dry. I can just erase every mistake above with paint thinner. You're not wrong. It is real easy to start over when you're working with oils. Just nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Oh God, Valandar. Oh God. more of a Blue Hawk guy, you know? Cobalt. Wait, is Cobalt the Lowe's store brand? I can't remember. Painting the inside of the biceps or anything, but just trying to even out our thin coats here. I usually don't bother with those brands. No, I like Lowe's better than Home Depot because my local Lowe's allows pets. Hey, that's something. Gotta have your priorities. And with the number of times you're going back for any given project, it's nice to have the doggo with you, you know? What's your average? What's your average, Valandar, for any given project around the house? How many trips to the Lowe's? I average 4. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Wildline. Was it long ago? I read sinew as sinus, and I was wondering how you hate something with a sinus. I think it's because you spelled it with a U instead of a W, which is how it should be spelled. None? Just call the landlord. Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. I've been doing more handyman stuff for the last few years myself. So I've gotten very familiar with the process of, wow, I don't have any tool that fits this. Oh, well, that's good, Wildline. I mean, that's about the best you can hope for at the end of that is, you know, they had the best version of what their life could ever have been. I'm gonna darken those fingers actually a little bit. Oh god no, Wildline. Oh god no. I really just like I don't personally do painting contests or competitions basically ever. It's you know, it's not why I paint. I'll push myself sometimes to do something really cool. Wiley Cliff, what's up, man? How you doing? Well, that's really just to challenge myself, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo these fingers. That's okay. Do a little work on his pants, bring some other color into the mini. I'm already wasting time. Well, we're about to find out. The base coat on them is the same as I did for the flesh. That's burnt sienna. I will be at Adepticon, but yeah, no Golden Demon for me. Water, a little bit of mixing. I mean, really, pro acrylic paints, they just... A little distilled water, they thin down. So damn nice. It's a little stupid. But yeah, we're building up to an orange here. There's a big difference between oil brands. Got some of Winton artist line, but a lot of painters online seem to use Gamblin. So some like I find that most of the artist lines are pretty similar. There are definitely some out there that I haven't tried. That I won't speak to. I really like Gamblin a lot. I like Winsor & Newton artist line pretty well. You want to avoid the student lines. Well, not necessarily avoid. Like, they have their place also. But the student lines tend to be... I mean, they use more hues, and their pigmentation is a little weaker because they're formulated to have a very standardized consistency across them. which can be helpful at first, when you're not really used to how to thin it, or how much oil to add, or how much thinner to add, or when to add oil, or when to add thinner. It can be nice to have all your paints have a very consistent feel to them. But the more you work, the less important that's going to be. I like Gamblin' a lot, I like Winsor and Newton a lot, I like Williamsburg a lot. I can definitely recommend those three. I don't know of any that are particularly bad. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it too, Wildline. Just go with artist grade from a known brand. If you're going to try an unknown, get one tube of it and see how it does for you. Don't jump in, you know? Oh, we're doing acrylics tonight, Wiley Cliff. We're talking oils, but we're painting with acrylics. Yeah, Grim Nation has some really good videos. I agree. And yeah, I also agree with that last part. Just don't plan on your first few outings with oil paint to be terribly successful. You're mostly just learning how it moves, how to mix it, how to apply it. Just use some minis you don't care that much about. Or minis that are rough enough you're comfortable, you know, just paint stripping them after you're done. If you have a 3D printer, that's easy. You just print some crap that you don't really care about and paint it, and then keep it or throw it away as you please. I always tell people, never dwell too much on any one paint job. Just keep going, because the more you do, the better you're going to be at it. Fuck yeah, Cyberpunk Pistol Guy Dude thing! What's up, Happy Heretic? How you doing today, man? He is in fact the Cyberpunk Pistol Guy Dude thing. It's an accurate description. Oil washes are a wonderful tool. If you can get comfortable with oil painting and then find yourself coming back to acrylics with oil washes, like, it's one of the best things you can take out of it. Oil washes are potent. What's that black blue on the boots and such? That's literally Pro Acryl Blue Black. That's all that is. You nailed it. It's a great color. I love it as a base. Did mini painting 25 years ago, never could get anything the way I wanted. Come back to the hobby in the past year, start fresh with oils, and really enjoy this. Yeah, it was a nice break for me after doing acrylics for as long as I had. It sort of reinvigorated my interest in more advanced painting techniques like non-metallic metal, my interest in color theory, my interest in OSL. I think some of my best work I've done has been in oil, and I've been doing it long enough consistently now that I'm feeling comfortable coming back to acrylics with kind of like a new outlook, a new set of eyes, you know? Now his pants are relatively orange. What was the color you've got over the burnt sienna? On the arms or on the pants? Gonna go screw around with fire and copper chloride again. Sewer creature, please don't blow yourself up. Please don't burn anything down, for the love of God, man. He's got pumpkin pants. See, it's timely. I definitely did that on purpose. Oils kind of forced me to learn that. Now, there are metallic oils that are actually really nice. You can do true metallic metal in oils, Wildline. Don't think you have to learn non-metallic metal. But it makes the basic techniques of non-metallic metal much simpler, in my opinion. Taking a touch of mahogany here. Right, Wombat? Yeah, it's like so much simpler to learn when you're not actively fighting with the medium. But generally, when people start trying to, like, I want to do non-metallic metal and acrylics, like, they're trying to both learn blending and volumetric highlighting and high contrast volumetric highlighting all at the same time. And if you can even just cut out blending and focus on the theory like you can with oils, then, yeah, you, it's much simpler on the brain. Set for a minute. Let's take a little bit of jade and work on his vest. I'm going to take a little break here in just a few minutes to stretch my legs. I got one of these neat little little smartwatches here that reminds me of crap like that. It buzzes at me when I've been sitting too long, and I actually really appreciate that feature. My first non-metallic metal attempt, I ended up painting a miniature landscape reflection on a Krieg Commissar, and I was like, wait, this isn't shiny metal, there's no bright blue sky on Krieg! You fell into the, like Boris Vallejo Julie Bell trap. Like, oh my god, it's so chrome! Here. Not sure what I'm gonna do with his hair yet. I'm liking this color combo though. Cadmium orange does not taste like. Oh my god, Happy Heretic, please, for the love of God, don't eat the cadmium paint. Fun fact: Boris Vallejo used cadmium orange as skin tone. I don't find that hard to believe. His skin tones are so rich and so ruddy. Like, you really look at his skin tones, they're, like, violent. I don't have the confidence to be an artist like him. Get them pecs, bro. Miniature painting is no different than 2D painting. Really opened my eyes and started looking into classical painting and fantasy artists, what palettes they use, and it really helped me progress. Wapple is a great learning resource. I don't find his videos very useful in like a teach me how to paint sense. But as far as like his streams, like just hanging out with him and asking questions and watching what he's doing and listening to what he says, he can teach you a lot about like kind of broad theory. Which I found more helpful than just the more paint by numbers lesson approach. You know, we all learn differently, too. Particularly when we're talking about something that objectively is artistic. Developing your own style is pretty damned important. Speaking of style, Shock21 rolling in for that big 26. Shock, how you doing today, my man? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for that resub. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here, man. How's your day going? I was kind of thinking maybe white. I admit, I was sort of thinking that, Valendar. The more I get these other colors on, I'm like, I'll probably do the hair and the face last, and I was kind of thinking, maybe white hair. Actually, would look pretty cool with the colors how they've built up so far, right? Bit of a Raiden thing. Yeah, I can dig it. I can dig it. Alright, let's grab some gray blue. That seems promising, doesn't it? What have I got? I have faded ultramarine and gray blue. I'm thinking gray blue for highlighting some of his cybernetics. Well, that's the thing, though, Full Wild Line. James has been painting non-stop for 30 years. Like, that'll do it. That'll do it. Every time I'm like, why don't I paint like Wapple? I remind myself I need to go non-stop for about 30 years, and then I'll do something close. Cyberpunk Leon Kennedy. He does kind of have a bit of the... He's got the Leon, doesn't he, from, like, RE4? One thing I don't like about the Pro Acryl bottles is that I keep twisting my glove down in the thing when I close them. Which is... I mean, that's really more of a personal problem. I realize I want to get in here and highlight some of the cybernetics before I do any more work on the arms, since they're the deeper points, and they don't need to be terribly detailed. I just want to catch some of the edges. Yeah, he basically is Gandalf. You're not wrong. Why not leave the hair... Oh, I just read that comment. I'm usually better about that. It's a comment so nice I read it twice. Yeah, I think we probably will. I might go with, like, kind of a warm, natural white color. Also, Vergaderung, you out there, buddy? I'm using a number 2 for everything, and I'm loving it. I'm just telling you. You have a point. Fair enough. I mean, I think this is a lesson that I learned coming back from oils, is just with acrylics, I want something with more of a belly on it, and the number 2 lasts longer with acrylics. I can use the ones and the zeros really, really nicely with oils, but they're not as good for acrylics. Particularly here in Colorado, they just dry up too fast. Yeah, it holds a point much nicer and still holds a decent amount of paint. Oh my god, did I just get dropped into like a fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game cabinet? Oh, it's literally called Arcade. Oh, okay. I just successfully gleaned the theme of the song. Good for me. Yeah. At that moment, I was like, what is this? Oh, yeah, okay. That was on purpose. Is it not working, Shock? Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'll fix it. The damn plugins on Twitch, they work like 30% of the time. And then people stop supporting them a bunch of the time, and then you gotta get new ones, and ugh. Oh, God, it's so much work being a streamer. Oh. I'm liking how the cybernetic arms are looking now with that little bit of shine. I'm glad, Shock. Your subscriptions go to alleviating the psychological trauma of me periodically having to update my plugins. Why am I not using my handle like at all? Nope, I'm a convert, Verg. I'm a convert. For acrylics, the number 2 really is pretty damn good. It holds a good amount of paint. It maintains a nice point. I don't have to rinse it as often. You were onto something. I can admit when I'm wrong. Sometimes. I gotta try size 12. No, fuck you. Oh, okay. I've listened enough. What are the odds that I'd be wrong twice? I mean, that's just ridiculous. Like, I'd use this to paint faces. In fact, I probably will. I still like the like zeros and double zeros for oil, just because you don't want to load those up as much. But for acrylics, yeah, I can see this being a go-to. No, at that point, Wildline, I've noticed if you go down to like double zero, the tip size isn't changing, you're just changing the overall number of bristles. I like it for oil sometimes when you're trying to do like a very precise lining. And it's mostly that you can't load it up a lot, which helps me because I have a tendency to overload my oil brushes without thinking. Well, you are a man of many talents, Valendar. Multitasking like a pro. Alright, a little more, and then I'm going to come back to the skin tones, which of course aren't actually skin. We've been over that. It's okay. Inside of the arm there. I like that you can see the metallic like in the break of his elbow and along the outside of his bicep. That's kind of neat. I like the way he did these arms. Speaking about the inside of the elbow, it's a spot I missed on this arm. That is a tricky angle. Let's see. There we go. Auto fire. 11 months, my god. My god, Auto Fire, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the subscription. How are you doing today? Hey, Sumatha, how you doing? Yeah, things are going well today. Thank you for saying so. I'm going to take a break here in just like at 7, so I got 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stretch my legs, grab something to drink. We're going to come back, we're going to do a little bit more work on our skin tones here and start working up the leather on his holsters and boots and belt, and then we can do some work on his knee pads. Probably won't completely finish him tonight, but I'll be at a point of just detailing, because honestly, I'm pretty pleased with how this mini is coming together, even with his goofy orange pants. How you doing, Xander Shade? What do you think, chat? How do we feel about this paint job so far? Is it saying cyberpunk to you? We need some more highlighting on the cloth, we need to do the knee pads, we need to do all the leather. And obviously the guns. There'll probably be some washes to darken a few points, or we haven't... You know, Voxel Forge, you just sold me on doing the hair white, because the hair is the one thing I haven't touched. But I kept thinking, and Valandar suggested it as we've been painting, I'm like, maybe I should do the hair white. Because it actually looks really neat with this color scheme. It's a way to make the arms look more plastic. I'm thinking, yes, what I'm thinking, really, is going to some really high flesh highlights. Giving them not quite a non-metallic metal look, but sort of a smooth, reflective, volumetric highlight so they look like they're plasticky, you know? Here, let me grab a color, let's try it on the arms and see if we like how it looks. What do you say? Going with my Reaper Pale Flesh. I think I have one that's paler than this. Is it Maiden Flesh? Yeah, I've got Maiden Flesh. Maybe we'll go up that high. There's Pale Flesh next to Maiden Flesh. You probably can't tell the difference on the camera. Some kind of highlights like that is what I'm thinking, Vergaderung. It's fairly subtle. I could probably darken that more. It shows up more in person than it is on the camera right now. I agree with you, though. I want to have the face be a little redder, and I want the arms to be a little paler. I'm trying to stay away from my natural instinct to glaze in like ruddy tones into the skin because that would make it look more like it had blood, you know? Blood flowing beneath it specifically is what I meant to say. That's the phrase. Yeah, I think building up some of that's going to be the right answer. Just a little unnatural and to counteract the highlights of the cybernetics. Xander Shade, thank you so much for the gift subs. Hitting Squeezle and Manro Fasal. No commercials for you gents. Valendar the Red, dude, everybody in Night City. Everybody in Night City's compensating for something. Xander Shade, thank you so much for the gift subs, man. I really do appreciate it. It's worth it for me to keep coming back to Twitch just to get to hang out with y'all, but you keep me in paints and new brushes, and it's really, it's just, you know, it's so incredibly validating. This remains for me just my replacement for my inability to get into the FLGS as much as I used to and hang out and paint with people. So I appreciate absolutely everybody hanging out and chat with me. Miniatures for me, mini gaming, mini painting is in and of itself a social hobby, and you guys keep it that way for me. Even when I'm living a bit rural, I am trying to get out there more. I am trying to do more in-person gaming, but it's still a challenge, so... I just said I was going to take a break, and then I got busy doing this, and I forgot to actually go do that, so I am going to go do that. Makes it look a little more plasticky, right? That sort of high highlight. I don't think we'll go quite that high when we get to his face. I like the skin tone panels with the mechanical bits underneath it, though. I think that looks awesome. Touch of gloss finish after your matte coat, maybe? Or maybe even just some pure white, harsh highlights. Even. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. Rinse my brush. We got plenty more Cyberpunk minis to do, too, so I'm remembering not to get too bogged down with this guy. We're going to be doing... I'm really thinking bronze for this guy's arm when we get to him. You know what we might do? Shit, why not? We've got a number of Cyberpunk minis to paint. I can think of at least 3 that I would like to do next, that being Mr. Grenade Launcher and big burly cyber arm with the eye patch here, and the sweet-ass jacket. Look at that. That is hot. This guy has style. So him, or submachine gun hacker guy with the Bateau-style goggle eyes, rocking the like Adidas-style track pants, and with like a little Tonto blade on his back. He's pretty styling. And then we got Skull guy. I'm gonna save Motoko. I'm gonna save Motoko for just a little bit, Vergatarum. And that's only because she's a part of the Cops gang, and I want to do these guys first. You know what I'll do? I'll put up a poll on the Discord to decide which one we're going to paint next. And it'll be one of these 4. Because these are the ones I had in mind for next. Can I not hold 4 minis at once? I have 2 hands. I can do it. It's going to be one of these 4. I'll get some pictures and I'll put up a poll on the Discord. And y'all can decide which one we do next. Baseball bat, punker visor guy, big burly guy with grenade launcher, SMG hacker bro, or super badass skullhead guy. I'll have some fun color schemes for them, too. Can't be a net runner if you don't have a tracks. Oh, it's not that kind of run. Oh, I see what you did. I see. And after we've done a few of them, we'll go ahead and we'll do our totally not the major Motoko Kusanagi model, which I really do like this figure. The only way it could be more iconic is if she was actively backflipping off of a building to land on top of a robot. I don't know why she does that as much as she does. Is that not working? Is our Discord link broken? for the bot, I'll fix that. You should be able to go ahead and hit !Discord Wildline to get a more current invitation. Or if she were nude and transparent. Yeah, I mean, that's... In fairness, I guess that would be technically more iconic. I've missed the random shit that happens to my gloves when I'm acrylic painting. And thank you for noting that, by the way, Wildline. I'll get the bots link fixed up so that we don't have that problem in the future. Alright, folks, give me a couple of minutes. I will be back. I'm gonna grab something to drink, stretch my legs, do my business, keep the blood flowing. I'll see you in just a couple minutes. Oh, that button didn't do it. Maybe this button will do it. It is truly a magnificent day. Brothers and sisters, how much is it? Somebody said 50 pounds. I said 1 pound. How big is it actually? Come on, it has to say. Say on the front. It's 1 pound. Okay, yeah. 1 pound bags of Mike and Ike's. This is the magic of living this close to an Amazon distribution center, that they can get this. I can just go online and be like, you know, I'd like way more Mike and Ike's than, I'm sorry, 1.8 pounds. I'd like way more Mike and Ike's than any one person should ever have at any given time. You shut your mouth, Sumitha. Why didn't you deliver it to me? Oh, God. Oh, this is bad. Right? I'm gonna try to control myself with this. I'm gonna try to make this bag last an unreasonably long time. Speaking of unreasonably long times, Gus Schultz hitting 23 months, man. Holy shit. Dude, thank you for the resub. Thank you for your support, Gus Schultz. Thank you for being here in particular. One of my favorite artists. Riot Sister, let's see if this button works. I've been fixing the other buttons. I'm gonna guess this one still does nothing. It still does nothing. I mean, I got the other buttons to work. It's just the media ones now that are apparently borked. Or do like me and eat the entire thing in one sitting. Please don't tempt me. I don't. I really don't. I don't need that. I don't need that at all. Oh! There we go.
Hello there.
Maybe that was why it didn't work. Let's try again. Nope, button still doesn't work. Okay. I thought it was because maybe my clips were turned off. No, I still don't know why that particular function won't work, but that's okay. That's okay, we'll live. Who's stopping you? I'm stopping myself. I'm stopping myself. I'm gonna have some right now because I've been craving them, which is why I ordered them, but I didn't need to order fucking 4. It's 2 bags. It's 2 of these bags. Someone has to save me from myself. I'm not even like a regular person who's like, look, 1 Mike and Ike, I'll eat this. No, I gotta dump a handful in my mouth. Fucking shameful. Well, you know how it is. You know how it is, Riot Sister. You're looking. And you're like, yeah, I could order, like, you know, the little box of Mike and Ike's. But if I get the 2 giant bags, I'm paying pennies by the ounce. That's just too good a deal. Okay. Last one. That's the last one I'm gonna eat. So first of all, ramekin is an awesome word and I love it. Secondly, my actual plan is I got a bunch of, we have a bunch of those little, like, screw together, reusable, plastic containers. And I'm just going to do, like, a handful into each one and set out 10 of them and be like, this is how many I'm allowed to eat in a day. Because if I'm not paying attention, you see what happens. Oh, it's going to be on time tonight. Don't you worry about that. Let them in. Let them in. Add some more contrast into the musculature. I think I'm going to reverse my process here and bring a little bit more of our burnt sienna back into the mix. I'm not going to finish this guy in one night. I've accepted that, but I'll probably finish him tomorrow. I just remembered I'm working with acrylics. I'm trying to do an oil thing. I was like, oh, I'll just put that there and then blend it in. I'm not doing like the two-brush method or anything, so I'm just kind of trying to make do with that, but what I should actually be doing is mixing my paints.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead,
oh my God.
But your camera is not.
Thank you. So let's actually do that. Let's take a little bit of our tan flesh, a little bit of our burnt sienna, and make a nice mid-tone to work with. There we go. There we go. We remember how to paint sometimes. I've gotten used to doing my mixing on the model. It's a plastic drawer. It wasn't that loud. You and your exaggerations. Mostly I want to put this darker flesh tone towards the mechanical parts to help them pop out more. Wildline, thank you for hanging out tonight. It's been wonderful meeting you. Always wonderful meeting a fellow oil paint enthusiast. I hope we see some work from you in the future if you care to participate in our Storm Report. We stream just about 3 times a week, so I hope to see you again. You, gray male, don't you fucking dare. Good and plenty? What the hell is wrong with you? That's sick, dude. You got problems. Like, I'm not one to, like, pass judgment or cast aspersions on almost anybody, but man, you need to, like, talk to somebody. Like, that's some serial killer shit. Who would do that? Like, you find somebody with a bunch of severed heads in their freezer, and they're like, you know, as a kid, he used to open up boxes of Mike and Ike's and replace them with Good and Plenty's, and you're like, okay, yeah. Did he wet the bed too? Yeah. Oh, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm gonna check the VOD just to prove how much of a liar you are. Like, oh, he used to torture small animals, and he would replace Mike and X with Good and Plenty's, and I just, we talked to a child psychologist, but they couldn't handle him. more darker tone. I'm being too subtle on this. I can feel it as I'm doing it, but I'm not going to dwell on it too much. Like I said, I don't want to dwell on any of these minis too much. Ultimately, if I paint this model and later on I'm like, I could have done a better job, you know what I'll do? I'll print a fucking another one. Because this model cost me like 20 cents. And that's being pretty generous. That wouldn't be as bad, Valendar. Like, that would be surprising, but not entirely unpleasant. Good and Plenty's for me are one of those why did they make this at all candies. Replace the Oreo cream with toothpaste. I would argue that that is, like, helpful to someone, though. Like, that's not necessarily doing someone harm. Tricking them into eating Good and Plenty is harming someone. Been a great year of subbing. My only gripe is you don't grift enough. Tell everyone who they can get the best. I'm a terrible salesman. For someone who does sell 3D files for multiple game systems, for someone who is expanding into multiple game systems, for someone who is currently working on a tie-in terrain system for Revelations, as well as in talks to get some terrain on play on tabletop, like I'm doing all these things. I really don't talk about it here on the channel. If I'm being honest, I don't like talking about it here on the channel. I don't like selling things to you fine people. I just want to hang out with y'all. I like to think that if you hang out long enough, my work will make itself apparent. I like to think that. I could be wrong. Am I gonna paint this guy's eyes? Jesus, look at them in there. I mean, they're never gonna be seen, are they? I'm gonna put that problem on the beside this later base. Just touch up like his cheeks and whatnot for now. Oh, I'm probably gonna wind up painting his damn eyes. Dude, Mike and Ike's are awesome for Gotta Run. You get the hell out of here. Candy buttons and wax bottles filled with syrup. Oh man, I feel a little self-conscious about complaining about being old now. Alright, let's do the knee pads, since I feel like I can get those done pretty quick. Like, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Twizzlers are just pointless. I don't really dislike Twizzlers, I feel nothing for them. Nothing Twizzlers. Mike and Ike's for me are an occasional, like, I'm in the mood for them sometimes. And sometimes I'm in the mood for them, and the only place I can get them is Amazon, and I order 4 pounds of them, which I'm gonna regret. Oh god. Well. Look, I support your right to consume and enjoy any piece of shit candy that you like. Be it Red Vines, or Twizzlers, or Good and Plenty's, or licorice in general. You know, that's fine. What was it last time? The goofy ass... Yeah, Albanese gummies. Thank you, Riot Sister. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Those are good. Valendar. The tangerine Altoids. I like those. Alright, thinning myself a bit of ivory paint here. Probably loaded up way more than I needed to. I'm still learning the way of the number 2 brush. Give me a break. Alright, somebody ban Sumitha. Not like forever, just like a little bit, just to teach him a lesson. Don't actually ban Sumitha, please. I did try the Albanese gummies. Iberben sent me a whole bag of them. I never finished them. I don't fully understand. They were just okay. Haribo is the way to go. Alright. Look, okay. Vergaderung, we're here and we're like kidding around and we're joking and we're like, oh, don't start Candy War 3. Haha, this candy's good. Haha, that candy's not good. And we're all joshing and we're having a good time. Right? And nobody's terribly serious. And then you fucking come out of nowhere and you start defending candy corn? What the fuck, man? Why are you ruining this for everyone? Like, this just stopped being funny. There's always that one guy, isn't there? Like, everybody's in on the joke, everybody's having a good time, and then somebody comes in and just ruins it. It's not often Vergaderung. I would expect that out of Roland more than you. No offense, Roland. Oh, look, you've got a disciple now, too. Oh, no. I don't like the way this is going. We had Roland already mention circus peanuts earlier, and that was bad enough. Just writing the word was bad enough. How do those keep getting manufactured? Used to be an old Lewis Black skit I remember talking about candy corn. He was convinced that they haven't actually manufactured candy corn since like the 1950s. It's literally the same shit. And they go around after Halloween every year and they collect it from dumpsters and they just wash it off and rebag it. I mean, okay, in total seriousness, clearly someone is buying these products. Because if they weren't, they wouldn't make them. But when you have all the candy options in the world available to you, like, is it like a foreign thing? Are there like South American countries where they just love that shit and they ship it all there? I genuinely don't know. I put circus peanuts in my cereal. I hate this topic. I hate it. And no, Riot Sister, it's not my fault. I know what you're thinking right now, and no, it's not. Get out of here. Smarties helped me know what it'd be like to eat a piece of chalk. I actually like Smarties. They're tart. They're tart enough to be somewhat worthwhile. I did recently discover a candy, like what may be my new favorite sour candy. And I think they're called By the Cup on Amazon. They're cherry sour strips. I don't know if they're called strips or like belts. I think maybe they're sour belts. Oh, they're so good though. I consider myself something of a connoisseur of sour candy. Just over here looking at shit to clutter my desk at work with. As long as you know that's exactly what it's gonna do. I like you, Riot Sister. You don't indulge too much in self-delusion. I always feel like the really sour candy is all made of taste bud destroyers. Yeah. Oh, no, I really do. Like, yeah, you gotta watch how much you eat at any given time, because, yeah, you get, like, the raw tongue, the raw roof of the mouth. You can feel your enamel starting to go, and I'm like, this isn't good for me. Smarties and Dum Dum Lollipops. Those are like baseline candies for me. They're good. They're perfectly fine. I don't think I'd ever seek them out. But if they're available, sure. I'll have some, you know? I'll have some Dum Dums. I ain't too good for Dum Dums or Smarties. Getting to his downturned knee is a bit of a pain in the ass. I guess this is probably the best angle. Bit from this side, spread the love around a little bit. Not too much because you can barely see it, and I just don't care that much. Butterfinger's recipe got changed when the company did. Is that true? I haven't had a Butterfinger in a long time. Did I miss my opportunity to enjoy the crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery taste? I know they recently, like, stopped producing Choco Tacos altogether, and that did make me sad. Not like an immense sadness, mind you. One of those like, oh, that kind of sucks. Like a realization that I have eaten my last Choco Taco years ago, but it's my last. On some level, I feel like, you know, I had held out some hope that one day I would have a Choco Taco again, and I might even enjoy it. Just a temporary halt? Is that like a serious thing? I saw that they were stopping the production altogether. Maybe it was just a marketing ploy. They do that. A little extra color in here, not too much. Good enough. Could I do better? Yeah. Am I gonna do better? No. Clearly not. Let's grab some of the light ivory. My backbone! Oh god, you're right, it's all S-shaped. It's all S-shaped, oh god! Oh my god, thank you so much, sewer creature. I'll hydrate in just a moment, thank you for the reminder on that as well. The one thing I don't miss about acrylic painting is I remember the sheer number of fucking paints I wind up using. Touch up a little bit with that bright ivory, and then we should be good on the knee pads. I might hit them with a little weathering, and that's it. They're knee pads, after all. Oh, joyous Valendar. This is literally the most expensive part of the fucking process. Well, you know, assuming that you're just printing and not also doing the design work, which you very likely are. In which case, that's, you know, the time expense is certainly the greatest. But I was thinking more materials. I want to come in with some more of this blue-black and kind of reinforce my colors a little bit. And then we can start working on the leather, see how much we can get done before the end of the night. I love how quickly acrylic paint dries. Oh, I didn't do his belt loop over there. That's okay. Come back around to it. I'm really digging how his arms are coming out. The hands and guns really are totally undone, but the arms themselves, I'm liking. Need a little bit more highlighting, which I will do while I wait for that to set, because that should only take a minute. That's not a point. What's wrong with you? Come on. There we go. Oh, I know why. Because I'm throttling up on it so much, I was actually pressing it to the side. I'm so used to using smaller brushes now. Those highlights. How you doing, Squeezel? You know, you have Merlin, but I will never turn down a reminder, you fantastic person, you. I've been meaning to do a UK trip for a while, you know that, Merlin? I'll have to let you know when I'm over there. I've been planning to hit up, like, Shrewsbury for a couple of reasons. Get, like, a canal boat, go up, like, you know, in Shropshire. It seems like a fun time. There are a few landmarks and historical things I'd like to see in that area. A lot of Iron Age digs up there. It is indeed Friday. There are a number of advantages I've found to streaming on Friday, not least among them being that a number of people who often have to turn in early are able to actually stick around for these streams, like Merlin, like Vergaderung. So I'm thinking it's probably going to be a regular thing. What am I looking for? Looking for turquoise. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah. go. Do not miss the sheer number of paints that I use doing acrylics. Do not miss that, but you know, there are other advantages. Let's get a little bit more green in my turquoise. Really blue at the moment, as turquoise is wont to be. Mingle in some of my jade. And a bit of water, for that matter. Do need to get the palette camera up next time. There we go. What game is this for? Avash, I am painting these for use with Cyberpunk RED Combat Zone. Which I intend to be taking with me to Adepticon. So honestly, if you are going to Adepticon and you would like to try the game out playing with some of these very minis, you will have that opportunity. I have fooled around with the beta rules and I actually quite like the game. It has some clever and pretty excellent skirmish mechanics. And, you know, it's in one of my favorite IPs and settings, which certainly helps me out. I don't even know if they will have shipped the official boxes in time for Adepticon, which is honestly why I'm doing this. Because I've got enough of the rules to play the game, I just don't have the models and everything, so I'm like, screw it, I'll just do my own. Can't stop me. It has a pretty neat, like, damage and activation mechanic that I quite like, where your health points are the same on each unit card, on each, you know, stat card. Your health points and your actions are the same thing, and as you take damage, your actions decline in quality, and then when you're out of actions, that's when your health has been knocked out. It's the kind of game that does really well with actually being demonstrated in front of you, because it has very intuitive mechanics. I think these colors, the jade and the orange, are actually working pretty well together. Have I played Conquest yet? I've played a few games, yeah. I played a handful of games of Conquest with Hethrir, who is in chat periodically. I don't think he is tonight. We've had fun with it, though. They're going to be doing some Conquest on Play on Tabletop here soon. So if you want to see a game of it being played by some pretty cool dudes, that's a channel to check out. They also do probably the only 40k bat reps that I can watch. They're ones titled 40k in 40 minutes, which are exactly what they sound like, and they're much more manageable than the long-form, like, multi-hour content. How have you been doing, Avash? How's life treating you? Doing good, painting a bit more and more. That is the trick. Keep up the momentum, keep it going, always be working on something when you got the time. That is the path to improvement. Get back to building base in good old Deep Rock Galactic. That is an incredibly fun game. Those guys struck gold, no pun intended. As far as being like fun gameplay, amusing setting, and an overall quality IP, Deep Rock Galactic is a winner in my book. I don't play anywhere near as much of it as I'd honestly like to. Alright, now I want to go to... I need a blue. I need a gray blue. That's what I need. I have something here called gray blue, but it's not really what I'm looking for. Dark gray blue. Oh, what do you know? I'd be into it for Godarung. I know I'm terrible. I'm terrible about actually finding time to play. I mean, I hope they're painting a Vash. Terrible about actually finding the time to play, but I am motivated to do so for Godarung. Alright, let's rock some of this dark gray blue. This seems promising. Oh, we will be doing the storm report, folks, by the way, in about 20 minutes. So if you want to get your entry in, and don't feel too, pressured to, because apparently we have a shitload anyway. But if you do want to get your entry in, make sure you get it in inside of the next 20 minutes. You... Okay. Okay, Kursala. Alright. My chat, they have so much faith in me. It's touching, really. It's actually gonna be 20 minutes. I'm not even fooling you. Just you wait and see. I'm gonna start a little bit early. It's working out well so far, Avash. I still can't do videos on it. I was meant to fix that this week, but this week got full of crap, and I got my COVID booster, and that shit put me down for like a solid day. That was rough. So I did not get to fixing that yet, but we will, so I can actually play people's videos again. Because I'm just running it in a Chrome window now, and Chrome, if I click on a video link on Discord, it's just like, oh, you want to download that? Sure, we can do that. Seeking a suggestion, this barbarian is wearing a shaggy fur kilt, and I can't decide what creature the fur is from. A wolf? A bear? A Scotsman? Just a big shaggy red pelt. Not even a scalp, just like his back hair. It's all curly, right? Oh, you got problems, Valandar. I think barbarian, I tend to think wolf. Bear is, I mean, it depends how badass you want this guy to be. Like, bear is pretty top of the food chain. Wolf is still pretty tough, but more reasonable. If I were just picking one based on my gut, I'd say wolf. It's one of my favorite memes, Merlin. You've just made an enemy for life! This is quite blue, and if I'm honest, I really like it. Really quite like it. It's my first time using a few of these Pro Acryls. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yuck it up. Yuck it up, Kursala. Enjoy it. Got to do his orange belt loop. I'm gonna have to address that. I'll probably like the last thing I actually do. I'll remember I forgot to do his belt loop and come back to it, because I actually think it looks pretty good on this side. holster that still doesn't look like a holster to me. The pressure's on. What's up, Shiny Mew? How you doing today, man? Can't ruin my day, Kursala. I've had a good day of painting. That was my only goal. Now I'm gonna eat more candy. This is coming together pretty well. I always like my paint jobs when I'm not done with them, but this one I think is gonna look neat. The Rommel is no longer canon. What? Wait, how is that a thing? Is this a setup for a terrible joke? This chat has me all paranoid. Someone says something and I'm not immediately like, oh, I've heard that. I assume that it's the setup for a terrible joke. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know why that would be a thing, but okay. I don't want to get into the whole Blaine thing, just so everybody knows. A lot of people probably don't even know what we're talking about, but it's not a subject I terribly care to retread. It's not being removed from canon. It's just never going to be mentioned or referred to or published again. Why? Like, I don't know anything about it. Why is that the thing? I mean, I haven't been on any Battletech forums in the last 24 hours. People are losing their minds over it. How many people have used a fucking Rommel tank in Battletech in the last year? Like, really? Some people, sure. Most of them, no. Really? Just because of the name? Is that true? I mean, yeah. That's... I gotta be honest, I have a hard time, like... I'm both struck with this very momentary, like, that's silly. and then I'm overwhelmed with this feeling of, I really don't care. Like, Alright. If they don't want to have Rommel's name on their stuff, like, I mean, you know, I can think of worse reasons to remove something, so whatever. I don't like... How many people these days, how many people playing the games, how many of their new audience, like, knows who the fuck Rommel was anymore? I feel like even a great interest in World War II history has sort of gone out recently. Whatever. Just call it the Patton R. I mean, Patton was a fucking psychopath, too. Maybe not guilty of as many war crimes, but a lunatic. Yeah, I feel the same way, Sumitha. Like, you know, there's so many other things going on, I can't really be bothered to give a shit at all. Like, yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, and that's my other thought, Wiley Cliff, is like, how many people... Like this is gonna, you know, drastically impact some people's Battletech play experience. Most people have never owned a Rommel model or fielded one in the game at all, so... meh. And the other side of that reactionary argument, like, somewhere right now on the Nexus modding community, somebody's like, I'm gonna make the Herman Goering tank. Right? Make a whole series of tanks. One's gonna be called the Mengele. That'll show them. We're gonna make the Hitler, and it's gonna have a barrel that comes back around, so when you shoot it, it just kills the commander. No, that would be too historically literate for the kind of reactionary who would make a mod like that. Don't clip that. That's a terrible joke. It's very tasteless. I mean, you know, I know the Battletech community too well. I guarantee you someone is legitimately doing something stupid like that somewhere right now. I promise you, Battletech community, Erwin Rommel does not need you to defend his legacy. I promise you. Surprising number of people who know more about the German commanders and victories in World War II than the Allied commanders and victories. I've heard that phrased as being a Verabu Valendar. There was definitely this tendency to overestimate and overstate German World War II war capabilities, victories, tank commanders. It's like a weird propaganda campaign to make them sound better than they actually were. And it's always the like, I don't agree with them, but man, when it comes to military stuff, and it's like, if you really have an interest in history and you really dig into the stuff where it's like, oh, Sherman shells were flattening against tigers. No, they weren't. Shermans were perfectly functional vehicles that kick the shit out of tigers on a regular basis. Thank you very much. And, you know, people get weird. It's just the... Well, no, it's not just the name, Mafik. It's not just the name. It's an opportunity to be angry at something, and that matters way more. My favorite thing about them is how they would sometimes leak a bunch of diesel and then light on fire. Chewie. People being weird on the internet. I don't believe it. That sounds hokey. That sounds hokey. Chewie, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for your support. I hope you're having a good day out there. We've been having a pretty good one in here. You know what I just watched yesterday that I hadn't seen? Is that movie 1917. I missed it when it came out. I wasn't really, like, super dead set on seeing it, or I would have. I just kind of like, oh yeah, that came out. And, I just didn't think about it. For a long time. I don't even remember what made me think of it. Somebody mentioned it, and I was like, oh yeah, that came out, and I never saw it. And I went to watch it, and fuck, that movie was intense. Has anyone watched All Quiet on the Western Front on Netflix, that new one they just did? Is it any good? Is it worth watching? I'm very curious. I'm a big dork for historical war dramas. Dunkirk and then 1917 within a couple of days. That sounds rough, man. Post some pictures, Xander Shade. I'm curious to see it. I never thought of printing one of those until I saw you doing it. I like you, Merlin. Merlin, you're a good guy. Just for you, buddy. For the faith you have shown. I got 60 seconds. Let's take a good quick glance at the work we've done tonight. This ain't bad for a couple hours painting when I haven't done acrylics in as long as it's been. I should be able to finish this guy up tomorrow. I'm in the process of transitioning, so you've already won. I'm going to put up a poll for which of these next 4 we're going to paint. I'll take some pictures. I know you can't really see them right now. But in the meantime, so I don't make a liar out of Merlin, why don't I go ahead and push this button.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
The button did work, and I've started it, and it's still 8:25, Kursala. The first picture is up, motherfucker! What are you gonna do now, huh? Like a fucking totem pole. Technically, we've started. You know what? I am gonna suck it. I'm gonna suck one of these delicious Mike and Ikes. I'm gonna chew them, really. My clock is the only one that matters. I am the Greenwich of the Thunderhead Studio stream. Thank you very much. Oh god, I love these things so much. Oh, I have to tone this down. This is already dangerous. You move some things so I don't jam my elbow into a pile of paint. Where'd my mouse go? Oh, it's it's literally right in front of me. It's literally right in front of me. Oh, stop me. Oh no. Oh god. It's so good though. I'm gonna drink some water. I did that for you, Merlin. You showed faith in me, man. Fuck yeah. Now I gotta come up with some shit for you to spend channel points on. In all seriousness, though, channel points on this channel are something that are in need and have been of some time for an overhaul. And, we're gonna get that done. We're gonna get that done. I think I'm probably gonna put it to you guys. I'm gonna put it to the community for some ideas for good channel point redemptions. Other than just painting models. That was definitely our most popular channel point redemption, but some other things that might be a good idea. I'll put it out to you guys. I'll come up with a few myself, and we'll do a redux. Because I know there are a lot of you out there who've been following me for a while who have a lot of points saved up, and I want to give you something to do with them. You collapsed the wave function, Kursala. And, here we go. Because up first we have, from Shiny Mew Paints with a crochet hat. How does the saying go? Jack of all trades, but master of none. His hat took way too long to make, but I'm glad it's done. It's a lot smaller than it looks in the photo. Just a little hat. Just a little hat. I like it. I like the sort of like, it looks like blue-gray alternating, sort of like a navy blue to a blue-gray. I mean, I'm super fucking impressed by it. And I'll be the first to admit, it's because I don't know how to crochet. Is it a skill I could develop? I'm certain that I could. Anybody can develop a skill by sitting down and putting in the work with the capital W. That is always the challenge. Is finding the time, finding the motivation to do the work and to put yourself through it, to learn how to do it, and then to get it done. But you know what, Shiny Mew, you did it, man. This is more than I would be able to do with exactly the same materials. Color me impressed. And now, make me one, please. I mean, my head is a little shinier, you might notice tonight, because I've been, like, instead of letting... I finally got a razor that I really, really like that I can use every other day, and I'm keeping it much closer. And I started doing that just in time for winter to start, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, hair has a function. So I do actually need a hat right now. Oh, let's see. Oh, what we got next? Add some oil and make it shiny. No, the oil goes in the beard, Rafik. The oil goes in the beard. Which, by the way, right now might be like, you're not getting the full experience right now. Being on the other side of the camera. If we had smell-o-vision here on Thunderhead Studio, my beard right now, it smells like it's soft. And it smells of like vanilla and sandalwood. Oh, it's nice. This is the nicest my short beard has ever been. I'm telling you guys, if you have a beard and you're not taking the time to brush it and oil it every day, you need to. No, it's fine. Don't lie, Shock. Look, dude, nobody here is gonna judge you. You don't have to like go out of your way and be like, oh, we don't want to smell your beard. Like, people know. They know that you want to, dude. It's okay. We're all friends here. So just, embrace it. Embrace the beard. Up next we have from Journeyman Paint our Imara Spider. House Amara Spider, pardon. I feel like that's obvious to people who know what House Amara is, but I realized a lot of people here probably aren't huge Battletech fans, necessarily. Took your advice last stream, a bit of a brown wash around the gold, gave it some more depth, reworked the canopy a few times with green around it in various different light angles, decided I should have done a blue canopy. By that time, it was a few paint layers deep, so cut my losses with a lesson learned, bit of calligraphy on the leg. Google says it's 6. If Google isn't trustworthy for foreign languages, well, I don't know what is. Whoa, Valandar, this is a family stream, sir. The blue is nice. Yeah. I think, because the suggestions we had made, first of all, I absolutely love what you did with the gold. It helps it stand out more. It gives it that little bit of color separation from the warm cream colors. That looks really, really nice. I do like the calligraphy on the leg. That is a nice touch. It makes me sad that I kind of wish you'd reversed them with the what alphabet is that? The foreign symbol? Them var non-American symbol? I wish that had been on the other leg, because it's facing forward and that would make it easier to see. Also would have made it easier to paint. Something to think about, but at the same time, I know that these paint schemes, it's probably based on Is it katakana? I'm so fucking ignorant, Valandar, you have no idea. It's absolutely ridiculous. Spider always gives me the vibes of a power suit. It's very humanoid. It's an old design, Buffy, and honestly one of my favorites. I'm a huge fan of what CGL did with the Spider. This is a great looking mini. But yeah, small improvements that helps your work stand out more. You've done a great job with punching up all the colors, and changing that to a blue really, really does help. You could have done a few different things involving the colors around the face, but even just that simple change goes a long way. Screams ODST. It has like the little spider mandibles, which I think are actually pretty cool. That and the Black Knight, because they're the two that look like you could climb inside of them, you know? The character is used both in kanji and in katakana. See, I was going to say kanji, because that's one of the only alphabets that I'm familiar with. But I didn't know for sure, and I didn't want to be like, oh, look at that kanji, and someone's like, oh, technically. And yeah, let's be honest. Let's be straight, Valandar. That would have been you. You or Sumitha. One of the two. You know it would have been. And you would have reveled in it. God, the opportunity to make the streamer look like an idiot. You would have loved it. It really is a great looking mini. You have done a lot of awesome work to punch this up. I think this is a huge improvement, and these are some lessons that you can take forward into your future work, Journeyman Paint Hour. I'm always glad to hear back that I have said something in my inane ramblings that has helped someone actually, improve their paint jobs. Alright, hold up here. I need to refresh this. There, now we have all of them up. Here we have up next from Machine God Ur. Speaking of Ur, holy moly. These are our tortoises. Star League Smoke Jaguar Tortoise 2 Battle Armor. I have pics of the rest of my tourney army as well. But since I've been posting my Tortoise 2 Battle Armor, I'll keep with that trend. That's very considerate of you, Machine God. This is my take on a Star League Clan Smoke Jaguar scheme. Since there's nothing official yet, figured doing a very Dark Age era style split scheme between Alpha Galaxy and Star League Defense Force Drab would work out. And I think it really did, personally. These are quick picks, was up late finishing them. I'll leave this evening for NC, North Carolina, I assume. Ooh, what are you doing up there? The rest of the army is in my channel, which of course he does have one, folks. Go check that out. Ooh, I like that. I really appreciate your use of that vibrant orange-red on the front. I really appreciate that. It does a lot to help me see the rest of the model. Most of this is in those very smoky blue grays, and then we have some metallics. And you need, you can do that. You can get away with that in a paint scheme, particularly since we have a couple of temperature contrasts in here, but you really need a couple of punches of color to bring the rest of it out, to help me see the rest of it. I would almost love a little bit more color on the goofy little, like, fucking whatever they are, the forelimbs on the tortoise. God, this thing is so ridiculous. You've done wonderful work, Machine God, but you've done wonderful work bringing together one of the strangest goddamn things. Oh, Battletech. Like, look at it. It's crawling through the brush, and I feel like those poor fucking wheels are gonna get all tangled up. It's I love it. I love it. I love it. Machine God, this is fantastic. Is this a Time Mauler? Right? It's about the same level of logic, right? At least the Time Mauler doesn't have arms sticking out of the front of it. Oh, it's beautiful. You brought this to life as best anyone possibly could, Machine God. It's crisp, it's clear, it's a good-looking print, and those are some nice paint jobs, man. I like the little camo pattern in particular that stands out well. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, you would, Sewer Creature. Good God. Seems too big for 2 tons. Let's not think too much about this for Godarung. Like, let's just not do that. Come on. The Time Mauler is such a fucking goof engine. Yeah, okay, let's just keep going. Let's keep going before this degenerates any more than it already has. Up next, we've got from Mafik, spending time with a kitten. Ooh. More art from Mafik's little universe. Whenever Kriana went out for work, Arden will bring Terius to the Broken Void to spend time with him, since his wife didn't know yet that he's a former Eldritch, and he worried that Tarius might have his traits. I mean, sure, why not? This is a hell of a family tree we're weaving at this point. Always cleans their house and leaves a note before going to the Broken Void. You know, that's an important note. I appreciate that PS, Mafik. We want to know that Arden is a responsible homeowner, father, and husband. Is that an Atlas hand puppet? And he's like ripping a hole in reality with a pseudopod in order to puppet the Atlas? That's you know, that's not bad. That's pretty good. I like that. Don't think about it too much. Don't think about the disembodied Atlas hand puppet. It can't hurt you. It seems alright. Seems alright to me. That Arden, you know, he's an okay guy. He's an okay guy. I don't care what they say about him. Well, thank you for sharing, Mafik. Oh my god. Let's see what we got next. Right, Sewer Creature? I think a lot of people could go for that one. Up next, we have a little bit of business from Sumitha. Let's go ahead and pull this up and then see what we got for accompanying text, because there's a bit of it. That moment with a bunch of stuff shows up all at once. Holy Swiss cheese, my porch got awful full this afternoon. A little of this was ordered at the same time, and it all just sort of poofed at once. Update/collection photo in comments, because 2 pics are allowed. They are in fact. Pictured. Wingman pistol to go with my Titanfall 2 helmet. The Wingman is Wingman. Don't give 2 shits about the Apex Legends branding. I'm with you. I don't... Titanfall ends with Titanfall 2 as far as I'm concerned. 3-disc soundtrack collection for the anime series Overlord, which I haven't seen. Tamashii Nation / Bandai Spirits, same guys who make the Robot Spirits figures. Deadpool figure. Been undecided whether to get this for about a year. When I saw it marks down to $69.69. Nice. Made me laugh hard enough to order. Star Wars Black Series Boba Fett helmet. Features push-button trigger drop-down light-up targeting arm thingy, which I believe, if I recall correctly, that is exactly what it said in the Star Wars Incredible Cross-Sections book that I had as a kid. Light-up targeting arm thingy. Helmet stand for the aforementioned Boba Fett helmet. Halo Master Chief helmet includes stand and features light-up quad lights. And then we have a little update down here that I'm going to pull up, and then I'm going to go back to the original. Bear with me. Alright, so here we have, that is a lot to arrive at one time. Holy moly. Oof. Quite the nerd display at this point. I remember, oh my god, I remember when, what edition must it have been? Because it would have been in like 2007, 2008. What Halo game came out in 2007, 2008? Because my company commander at the time, he was such a fucking dork. I just remember being on CQ, and I'm walking around the barracks, and I'm like doing my work, minding my business. It must have been Halo 2, and there was the edition of Halo 2 that came with the Master Chief helmet that like slid down over it. And Halo 3? Okay, I couldn't remember which game it was. I just remember like being in my military mindset and doing things throughout the day and hearing from down the hall. I was about to yell my last name, but I do try not to. Everybody knows my last name. Everybody, you know, I'm being sensitive, but I hear my name yelled from down the hallway in a deep, gruff voice by a company commander, and your first thought at that point is, shit, it's just, fucking what, you know? It's like, what did I do? What did somebody say that I did? What job did I just fucking land? Like, it's coming right from the company commander. This is gonna be some bullshit. I go in there, and it's just this dude with this big stupid grin on his face and a fucking Master Chief helmet, like, dude, look at what I got. I'm a private first class. This guy's a captain. He's just like, look at it. Oh, it's amazing. This is incredible. I'm gonna play Halo 3 tonight. And I was like, oh my fuck, that's great, sir. It's wonderful. Can I go to bed? It was a surreal experience. He was very excited. That, you can look it up on Facebook. I haven't said it so far on stream. This is a hell of a collection. First of all, that Boba Fett Black Series actually looks pretty damn nice. It's got the dent in the right spot, it's got all the damage, it's got a nice sort of deep maroon coloration. I assume the costumers have done their passes on it and have their opinions of it, but to my somewhat trained eye, that looks pretty damn nice. Of course, our Titanfall 2 pilot helmet is always going to be my favorite of this particular collection, even though I love Ant-Man too. Good old Master Chief. I like how he's a bit weathered, and I appreciate the cheek lights. Very nice. A hell of a helmet collection. Now get it away from the gas-burning fucking fire pit over here. They have to be mostly made of plastic, you psycho. Like supervillain trophy rack of disembodied helmets. I assume that they're all filled with severed heads. I can't, yeah, you know, caking up. You gotta have lights for when you cake up. Moved immediately after photographing. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that much, at least. Very, very nice collection you've got going on there, Sumitha. Let's see what we got next in from Chewie. Oh, this is kind of cool. Ooh. Mothman. Late at night, your walk through the Appalachian woods turns to terror as a pair of glowing red eyes appear in the distance. It's Mothman. Mothman is one of the strangest, absolutely strangest cryptids, but one of the most interesting. No, those just look painted. That doesn't look like actual illumination to me, but I really, really like what you've done here, Chewie, with the sort of dual reflections on either side of the very orb-like eyes down here and then up top. There is sort of a general patterned, looks like almost textured color in the middle, and then we have glare on two sides of it to really, really sell the orb-like shape of it. That is primo. That reads so well. I love that. The very subtle red glow on the feathers around it, that very soft, deep, like blood red highlighting. Chewie, this is well done. I mean, you're a good painter. I think everybody on the stream knows that. We've seen enough of your work in the past, but this is neat. I love that. The feathers slash fur slash whatever Mothman would have, it looks like what you've done here is a very, very subtle, cool tone to the highlights, with kind of a greenish brown shadow to it. That's what my eyes are picking up. I could be mistaken, but I'm definitely reading warm shadows to cool highlights, and it's such a simple thing, and yet it makes the colors read so rich. I love the colors that you've gone with on his oddly cute footsies that he has there. This is wonderful. Chewie, this is fantastic. I would put this on my shelf exactly as it is. I wouldn't change a damn thing. I love this. I'd put a light behind him. It's the most adorable version of Mothman I've ever seen, and yet still kind of unsettling. Try to give something interesting to the blacks. I mean, the bottom portion of it very warm brown going up to cold moonlight highlight. That is okay. So I am correctly seeing what you've done here. And yeah, it gives the whole model a really nice, rich tone. I like that the highlights toward the bottom are actually really soft and kind of understated, because that way the feet and the eyes form a sort of a triangular focal pattern, and then most of the details reserved for being around the eyes. It reads incredibly well. Chewie, this is fantastic. This is really good work. Enhance. I like this a lot. Really good job on the red. It managed to not wash it out either. It doesn't read as pink. It very much reads as like a blood red. Gorgeous work. Absolutely gorgeous work, Chewie. You tagged it for critique advice. I'm not going to give any. This is fucking magnificent. I'd put it on my shelf as it is. You should be proud of yourself. Alright, let's see what we've got next. Do I have to click on this? Oh, Coral just showed up. I'm going to take that as a sign that I don't actually have to look at this next one. If I don't want to. I was looking for a sign. The gods delivered, oh Coral. Alright, fine. Where is your god now? That's pizza on pineapple. People complain about pineapple on pizza, but that's pizza on a pineapple. That's fucking stupid. I'd eat it, though. I'm not even kidding. I would. May as well get it out of the way, right? Haven't had an atrocity in the wild. As you know, I overstate my actual revulsion to this. I enjoy pineapple. And, you know, a little cheese, a little pepperoni. Yeah, I could get down with that. Where's your god? He's right there. He's right there on that plate. He is in the room with us. He is granting us this amazing fruit with this delicious melted cheese and pepperoni. Well, thank you, Kursala. Thank you for setting the tone. All right. Let's see what we got next from the Happy Heretic. Well, that's because, here's the thing, though, Kursala. Like, I think the people who have pineapple on pizza and are like, "Oh, it's terrible," are doing something stupid like putting big chunks of pineapple on their pizza. No. Gotta do little tidbits. Little pineapple tidbits is what you're looking for. And it balances, like, it mingles with the sweet from the tomato sauce, and it balances the, that's why you need the ham. That's why it's pineapple and ham, is because the ham is salty, and you need the salty and the sweet to balance each other out. It is a careful balance. Just slap the rings out. Get the fuck out. Gosh. Ah, come on. Another squatty boy. You stand on rocks to appear taller and intimidate your enemies. I stand on tactical tyrannids. We are not the same. Managed to sneak in some hobby time before work today for the first time in a few days and spent it building the base for my call, I think it's called. Whatever the Votan commander, that's a word. Whatever the Votan commander is called. Really like how it's looking. The feet still look a bit weird. This was the best position I could find, but I figure I can build things up a bit with bits of milliput or something. Can't wait to get this guy painted up. Enhance. So first of all, thank you for using the alternative head, because it really does look better. It's the best looking version of this model. I'm not like super duper. I know a lot of people are like super into the leagues of Votan. I'm not totally sold by the army yet, though admittedly I'm not as into 40k as a lot of people are right now. But this model in particular kind of works for me. Also, I find myself feeling like, oh, that's just what 40k needed was another army of power armored dudes. But as long as they're gonna do some cool stuff, like they did with this guy's like carved helmet. Is that a helmet or is that his head? It just occurred to me that could be his head. Because they've got some weird robotic AI integration thing going on, don't they? Don't say that if Riot Sister's here, you guys. It'll hurt her feelings. Seen it painted up as a helmet? It just seems like, man, that would be a really tight fit. Which, I mean, I guess it could be. I like his power fists with the big... When I see the power fist with the big goofy nodules on it, it makes me want to paint them like they're glowing with energy. Like the whole fist is crackling with energy, how they're usually described, you know? If ever there was a dwarf-like face that deserved to be on a Transformers toy. Got like a real Unicron energy going on, minus the horns, you know? And he's stomped a couple of Gene Stealers down into the ground, because why not? He is astride a pair of Gene Stealers. That's ridiculous. I'm glad you're having fun with the basing. I'm very glad that you're having fun with the basing, Heretic. I look forward to seeing him painted. Alright. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. Birthday present. Nothing from me this week, but I thought the artists in the group might like this. An artist friend got an awesome birthday present from her husband in the form of brushes used by her of her favorite artist, Frank Kelly Frias. I'm not familiar with. Robin Wood, James Gurney, and Michael Whelan. I'm familiar with two of those names. I have seen the art of one of those names. You can guess which ones they are, and I will not tell you. That's actually pretty cool, though. Actual brushes used by these artists. That's neat. I like how Frank Kelly is like all fucked up. It's definitely used. Holy crap. What did he do to the back end? Did he whittle this into some sort of defensive tool? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Suma. It looks like he, like, whittled it down and then maybe, like, burnt it? Like, hardened the point? Like, what? Why would you do this? Okay, there's cutting them, and then there's turning them into a weapon. It must be for some particular purpose that he just finds himself doing enough, like he just needs a little hardened point to do something enough in his work that he does that to the back of his brushes. But I just... what could it be? Scratching lines into painted areas. Yeah, that's possible. It looks less like it was put in a pencil sharpener Amish Stig and more like it was like fucking whittled down with like an X-Acto and then maybe lit on fire a little bit to harden the point. For declogging tubes, that could be true. You would think there'd be more point... That's the thing, though. You would think there'd be more paint. Like, look at all the paint up here from his hand. You'd think there'd be more paint over here, but this just looks burnt. It's Fright Night Midgets. It's for the ankle biters, right? This is really very cool, though. I may not fully understand it, but I do like it. You look burnt. Oh, God. Wow, you got me good. Very cool, Crossbow Roof, and thank you for sharing that with us. Oh, and then we got another one from Shiny Mew Paints. Oh, second post, because the stream was canceled. You're right, it was. Made some headway on the Shantae Mini. Gotta touch up some spots, but she's coming along. I gotta drink some water. My voice is getting scratchy. I'm sorry. Hang on. I mean, that just proves the point, though, doesn't it, Valandar the Red? It is a poor craftsman who blames his tools. Good artists can work with almost anything. Made some headway on the Shantae Mini, gotta touch up some spots, but she's coming along well. I used a Flesh Shade wash from Army Painter, it's looking good. Thinking of using a makeup sponge to do the highlights on the silk pants, but we'll see. Kinda like the pants the way they are now. Let's have a glance. Enhance. I think some highlights on the pants, Shiny Mew, would do well. The Flesh Wash, it looks pretty well applied. That's nice. I'm really liking the way the purple hair is looking at this point. You're getting better at your fundamentals, Shiny Mew, and more than anything, that is, I know I've said it multiple times, I'm gonna keep saying it, I hope to continue seeing work from you, because it honestly, it pleases me to no end to watch newish painters actually progress. Sewer Creature, thank you for the reminder. Fix my lumbar support here. It is immensely pleasing to me watch people progress, and you're starting to show real advancement in your painting, in the tools that you're using, and in your brush control, the smoothness of your coats. The fundamentals. Yes, admittedly, this red cap or whatever it is makes her ass look gigantic. But I'm assuming it cuts off right here. They just happen to be almost exactly the same shade of red. Oh, the Flesh Wash definitely helps out. Washing, dry brushing, basic brush control, like, these are the things you should be focusing on. It's what you are focusing on. Show us more. Keep going, show us more. I would maybe shade the pants a little bit and then touch them with a little bit of highlighting if you want. But honestly, my real advice, I mean, it looks good to me. Do some other minis. Keep going. I always like to encourage people, don't get stuck on one mini doing everything over and over, particularly because once you are a better painter, you're going to want to come back to this model and look at it and see how far you've come. It's an invaluable yardstick to where you were at this point. So I want to see what you do next, Shiny Mew. All right, up next we have from Valendar. The red. Know when to stop. Exactly, Laravic. Exactly. Proof. Better lighting and a magnifying visor do improve my blending. Left is without better lighting and visor. Right is with them. Sorry for the small photo. You know, as long as you apologize, I won't complain about it. Alright, first of all, Valendar, I'm loving the 5 o'clock shadow we got on our boy on the right. And yeah, the blending is definitely smoother. Blending is definitely smoother. I love how you've done the eyes. Those actually read really nicely. What's standing out to me, though, is the 5 o'clock shadow. This is delightful. Nicely done. It also really, you get zoomed in like this and you realize how insane the facial proportions of so many of these minis are. If this was a real person, they would be like in a hospital. Just a faint blue glaze. Effective. Very effective. That really demonstrates how powerful a temperature contrast can be. I'm sorry, I had to pause for a moment. I have to eat some Myconites. They're right here. This is just the way of things. So good. I like how the music stops. So the only thing happening on the stream is me eating Myconites. Definitely cleaner. The blending is... That's really nice blending for the scale this is at. A little blue glaze, huh? I'm going to remember that. Because that actually, like I said, that jumps out at me and it reads beautifully, Valendar. Nicely done. Both cropped from the same photo. I mean, feel free to post the full shot. What do we have next? A little bit of something from Journeyman Paint Hour. Wishing us a happy Halloween. Took my wife to a pumpkin patch. She had never been to one. Stayed up late carving pumpkins. Was a good time and fun. Happy Halloween. I do hope that everybody had a good Halloween out there. I had a pretty good one. I mostly just watched spooky movies like all night. We went and did the show, which was an interesting time. It was an interesting time. It made me realize how much I need to get the hell out of the house more often. And also that the drive to Colorado Springs really isn't as bad as I generally make it out to be. That's fun, though. Oh my god. Well, hello, Dr. Rhino. How are you? Oh, sup, bitch. That's our intro. Rhino, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the re-sub. What's up is apparently you. Apparently your stream, your time, is what's up. Welcome in, Raiders. We are towards the end of our stream here. Unfortunately, I'm generally finishing around the same time as Rhino now that we've moved to Friday nights. But fear not, you'll get to enjoy a little bit of our community art sharing segment that we do at the end of every stream called The Storm Report. We're just going over it now, taking a look at some copy. You fuck what? I'll have you know that many streamers have literally copied this idea from me. I copied it from somebody else that you don't even follow. Yeah, it's a real complex name. Paul Radcliffe, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I will not abide by your slanderous conduct, Rhino. How was your stream? Look what I got. This is the worst idea I've had in months. And this is a terrible idea. This is what Amazon does to me sometimes, though. This is a 2-pound bag of Mike and Ike's. You'll take that bullet from... That's so kind. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, X-Bron, thank you for the reminder. Thank you for your faith, Shock. Give me a break. Trick or treat. Here. Hold out your hand. Hold out your hand, X-Bron. Okay, you got your hand out? There you go. There you go. You got some Mike and Ike's. Don't worry about that. Oh, God. That's the kind of... Rhino, I mean, that's the sort of magic you experience in this stream 3 times a week. You know what I mean? Gallant Griff, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Thank you, Twitch, for popping up a little fucking window. What is this? Remind your viewers to follow. What a stupid thing. Why do I need that? Get the hell out of here. I can remind people. You know what? I'm not going to remind anybody to follow. Follow if you want. That's what we say around here. I should actually look at this picture, though. Oh, look at the adorable little pumpkins. Look at them. Oh, very happy Halloween to you too. I really do hope that everybody had a happy Halloween, enjoyed themselves, got to some parties, or just stayed in the cold weather and enjoyed some spooky movies. Because after all, that's what Halloween's really all about. At least for me these days, is spooky movies. I'm excited that Halloween as a holiday survived the pandemic. I wasn't convinced that it would. Oh my god. Xander Shade. Calm thyself. 5 gift subs. Dude, thank you so much. Xander Shade, seriously, thank you for your support, man. You've given a whole lot of it lately, and I really do appreciate it. Heading out to Forever Night, Rockin' Robin Workshop, Sehul Pinu, Joe, FD, FTGM, and good old L Fire Spray, who we always love to see around here. Need to grift more in these situations. I can't. We've been over this. I am a shitty businessman. I'm absolutely awful at that part of like any form of self-promotion. Let's keep going. Let's see what people are working on, because here we got a couple pictures from Shock21 of the Vader that he's been working on. I really am, Rhino. I need people like you to grift on my behalf, because I'm not I'm not good at it. So yeah, we have we got some advice for Vader last time. Oh, this is a different Vader. This is the first Vader. You were working before on the operative Vader. But you're definitely working up those gray highlights. I love the little bit of OSL that we have over on this side. Oh, hang on, let me see. He actually wrote something to go along with this. I should probably go ahead and read it. Did some work on my other Vader Mini. I can see why you like the other one better. It's a better model, Shock. It really is. Even the details are crisper, and I'm glad you noticed that. This one has not as good details. I did some highlighting with dark gray and tried to work in some blue glazing on the cape, but I don't think it looks that great. Also looks like I need to do some more work on the control panels because the light box washed out all the colors. It's usually good to do that last. Let's have a glance at the cape. Mike is tasty too. But really, Avash, like, you should show more people your work. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You are your own worst critic, and a lot of people say that to mean you're harshest on yourself. While that's often true, what I think is more true is that you are uniquely unqualified to judge your own work as an artist. At least most of us are. You know everywhere that you messed up. You know everything that you wanted to do. You know where you fell short. You know where you gave up. You know where you tried something different because something wasn't working. Other people don't know that. And it helps to put your work in front of other people and see what they say about it. It really, really does, because you can do amazing things and not even realize that you've done them. I can definitely see the blue glaze you're trying to work in on this one. Shock, you got my sympathy, man. I've painted both of these figures. This one is not as good. This one is not as good of a figure. The details are not as crisp. He's a little shorter, like his scale is a little off. His proportions aren't as good. This was the first one that FFG did. They really got it right for the next sculpt, but I love that you're doing multiple Vaders regardless. I love it. And you're definitely doing better at getting those soft gray highlights in. Yeah, definitely washed out the buttons. These are good ones that just come in as a very last step with some really bright colors. And you can do a couple of splashes of green on his belt here and here too, because usually he has some green lights. But hey man, keep up the Legion work. Here we have from Larabic. On the last day of October, I give you the Savage Wah from the Southlands. Enhance. Ooh-wee, we have been asking. We have been asking for the full army picture of this fucking mess for, I mean, it's been months. It's been months at this point. This army is one of my favorite examples of, and I know you won't take offense to me saying this, like, none of the painting techniques involved in almost any of these, except some of the commander models, are in any way complex. These are all very, very simple paint techniques. Relatively quickly applied to get them done. What this army is an example of are great color choices. Look at how everything stands out. The cool to warm temperature contrast, the bright, vibrant colors. Yeah, the trees are a lovely touch for these bad boys over here. I love the squigs we got back here. This is a wonderful looking army, and this is where the strength of these easier paint techniques really come together, is when you can see the whole army together. You're not going to zoom in on some goblin's face and go, oh, but you didn't quite do that. No, it looks incredible on the table. You need to get up bright and early to continue to paint. You've already, like, okay, Rhino. Okay, Rhino. If that's what you need to tell yourself as far as why you're going to wake up early like such a fucking tryhard, you go ahead and do that, buddy. I'm not going to challenge you. I'm not going to argue with you. You want an argument, you're going to have to pick another subject. You go get some sleep, my friend, and I will talk to you on the morrow. I love that spider. I love that spider. It's so damn vicious looking. And then, yeah, we have the homeboy over here who has set up a giant slingshot between two palm trees. We can't forget him. Where are spider riders? There they are. Oh, god damn, this army looks so cool. Thank you so much for doing this, Larabic. I've wanted this picture for... It has been months. It has been months I've wanted this picture, and now I have it. And it makes me smile. Have we seen the Boar Cavalry up close? I don't remember getting an up close of this unit here. If we haven't, would it be possible for you to maybe hit us with some of those next time? I'd love that. God, those spiders look good. I love the big blue squig with the mushrooms. This army is just... So you did that one a while ago. It's probably why we didn't see it. We've mostly been seeing the ones you've been getting done. This is a fantastic force. Well done, Larabik. It's always good seeing them all together. I am just thrilled. Just thrilled that we finally got it. Alright. Where are we here? Here we have from the Happy Heretic. Oh my lord. The first Votan is done. Calling the first mini in my first 40k army since my 3rd edition Iron Warrior's done. Wow, that is a hell of a break. Painted almost 100% with speed paints with just a few highlights thrown over top, and I'm really happy with the results. I'm especially pleased with the Tyranid on the base. Did it with a combination of army painter washes and some contrast paints, but a magenta oil wash really helped to sell it. Oil washes are almost cheating, aren't they? Looking forward to painting the rest of these squatty boys. That does look nice. You've been doing a lot of work with speed paints lately, man. And, really kind of dialing that style in, combining speed paints with oil washes? Shockingly effective. That is such a wonderfully rich, deep kind of brownish orange. I love how the gray runes stand out against it. I've always liked the combination of like cream and orange as colors, and I love how you've gone ahead and done some panels like that. The splattered Tyranid is a nice touch. A very nice touch. Oft understated point right there. Techniques meant for table distance only have to look good at table distance. Stop judging them by display distance standards. I'm always telling people, Amish Stig, go with the average viewing distance rule. Arm length rule. Hold your model at arm's length and ask yourself, does it look good here? Because that's where it needs to look good. When you're playing games, that's the average viewing distance, 3 to 5 feet. And yeah, it's a lesson I need to take to heart too, Amish Stig. I'm not so good at it myself. Larabik, thank you so much. Hitting that 2-year mark. Good night, early morning, be well all, Larabik. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for sharing your army with us at long last. I'd love to see, love to see those, the Boar Cavalry if you get the chance. But in the meantime, have a great night. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight, and I hope to see you again soon. We will be back on Sunday. That's what I was trying to say when my mouth fell apart. Man, he's an aggressive-looking dwarf. Really gorgeous job on this. You are... I'll tell you the only thing that I might want to do to something like this, and I wouldn't come back and do it on this model, but it's just something to consider. Little touches of blue in this scheme would go a long way. Like, see this, the ring collar he has around his head? This is the perfect thing to do in like a deep blue. To separate the warm orange tones out here from the flesh tones in his orange hair. It would make both his armor and him pop more if you just had like a ring of blue here. You don't even need to do it in that many places. Just a couple spots. And like it's a tiny touch, and all it's going to do is make all the other painting you've already done look that much better. Look for opportunities to do that on the rest of the Votan you do. Pick a spot that's going to separate out your warm colors and put in some blues. I think you'll like it. Added some blue to the Hearthkin Warriors I painted to really add some interest. Yeah, it's small things like that. Effective tricks. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Oh, here we have from Merlin Models, finishing up those Dungeon Bowl portals. Let's have a look. Nice to finish something. Oh, God, that is... Yeah, I know what you mean. They're off my desk and ready to use in games of Dungeon Bowl. Whoa. We play games with these minis. Nobody told me that part. That changes everything. Yeah. Yeah. You punched up all of these to the quality of my favorite one for last time. I'm loving it, Merlin. The runes are reading nicely, too. The runes are reading very nicely. Adding in some of those deeper shadows to the stone really helps all of the numbers stand out. I love the work you've done on the swirling blue. You could, well, no, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Because you know what, on any paint job in the world, you could look at something, some part of it, and go, you could have done this here, you could have done that there. But the fact is, these are fucking excellent paint jobs, particularly for something that are Dungeon Bowl tokens. Gorgeous work. Love the glowing runes. Really, really like the way you varied the swirls as they come down in. It gives it a real vortex look. Doesn't look flat at all. Just taking my models to Adepticon to show them, to let them visit. Well, we're like, I was gonna maybe play act with them a little bit. Put on like dance around and they can have little conversations. Write a little script maybe. But now that I know you can play games with them, I mean, that's probably what I'm gonna do. 6 out of 6 would jump in. All right. What do we got? What do we got next? A little bit of something from Amish Stig. Really just a big block of text and a teeny little picture. So let's see what's going on here. Major printing breakthrough. Haven't done a lot of printing since switching from Cura to Prusa as my slicer, as the lack of Storm Report entries might indicate. The improvements were many and vast, both from the slicer swap and the head swap, so I by no means regret it. If anything, the Prusa profile was good enough I regret not doing it sooner, as the starting point for tuning was just that much better. But since then, I've been struggling with zits on the outer shell in the worst way. That is a damn frustrating problem and difficult to chase down, and the increasing cleanup work sapped my desire to print. That'll happen from time to time. Give yourself some recharge time. Thanks to a kind soul on Reddit over the weekend, it was suggested I could recreate Kira's coasting feature in Prusa Slicer by selecting Retract Before Wipe to 100%. This is one of those paragraphs that I feel like out of context could be just fucking hilarious. This came off the bed a few minutes ago, printed at 75% normal scale, being just 1 inch or 25 millimeters tall, and at the I feel dirty for going this low resolution layer height of 0.09. Damn. And it's zoggin' beautiful. Unless there's some sort of hardcore scarring hidden by the supports, in which case who gives a shit. I'll have to do almost no cleanup. So far I found some blobs on the jawline, but I think that was because it was under the minimum movement to enable retraction threshold, something further tuning can get rid of. There's some more tinkering I can do, and will do, because the main reason for this print was to iterate on Thunderhead's suggestions for making my supports less of an ordeal to remove. But this gets me 95% of the way there on a different problem than the one I was trying to solve with this iteration. Hype. Indeed. Enhance. Ooh. Hey. Oh, I see. I was like, wait, what am I looking at? Oh, it's an orc. Oh, okay. It took me a second to like, oh, there's his arm, and oh, yeah, I gotcha. Saw the video about the zit. The speed and power recovery feature fills up the buffer and makes the head stop. Huh. I haven't been having many problems with that lately, but that's something, that's an interesting answer that I hadn't heard to it. And yeah, the supports, but I mean, everything up here is lovely. And yeah, that layer height actually came out well. Look at the definition that you have on the shoulder muscle here. Very, very nice. I mean, for being this small and in FDM, this is not something that you're meant to print in FDM, sir. Stop right there, criminal scum. Little scarring, but 4 more iterations as the print's running faster. Really nice. I mean, yeah, I definitely keep that in mind when I'm designing them, Vergata. Thank you very much for saying so. And it helps Alex. My stuff is optimized for printing on a farm and coming out reliable, you know? Well, I'm glad to hear you got that handled, Amish Stig. Gigs upon gigs of Gear Guts models, of course they're test. Well, yeah, then print lots of orcs, my man. Do the big ones. Do the big ol' orcs. It's always a good feeling, though, to really chase down those stupid problems that we have with our printers, man, so I'm glad you got that one nailed. Oh, here we have up next from Sam Mini, just to go ahead and crush all of our hopes and dreams into the fucking dust. Oh, a little cover for Figure Mentor magazine. Hope you like. We're just gonna look at it for a minute. It is a gorgeous cover. It's a gorgeous mini. Now, we've had the pleasure of seeing this paint job. before and went over the details of it and how impressive it is. And Sam Minnie is the type of artist that I aspire to half of his skill with lots and lots of work. Yeah, they put artist interview over as a crotch. They're like, oh, let's just go ahead and take this cover down to a PG-13, why don't we? The reflections on the fucking sword, the candlelight reflecting, It's just a reminder that I've got more work to do. I've got more work to do. We're working on ourselves, chat. We're working on ourselves, one day at a time, one step at a time, one brushstroke at a time. We might not necessarily get there unless we're willing to put in a whole hell of a lot of work, but it is certainly something to aspire to. And I love that Sam Minnie comes in and shares these with us, because he is fucking just an unbelievably talented artist. An unbelievably talented artist. Let's see what we've got next from Gray Mail. Now this is a bit more achievable for me. This is more my speed. Here are two figures I've been working on for the base that I showed last time, which I liked. The zombie monk is pretty well finished, but the sorceress still needs the skull's horns and the raven on her shoulder finished up. Both of these are about 35 millimeters. Let me know what you think so far. Let's pull them both up and have a look. Zombie monk. I like this guy. He's like a goofy cartoon zombie. his skin is all sallow and sunken, and his eyes are these baleful embers, but he still has like a red tonsure going on. I dig it. Really nice job on the skin tone there, particularly using those green tones to contrast against all the warmth. I love the contrast between the warmth of his actual hair, his red hair, against his face. And really good job getting in there and doing the teeth. Those read wonderfully. Let's have a look at our sorceress. I like this. The face is well done. You've done a really good job on the eyes and the makeup. I like the frosty blue hair. You can see what you mean. Yeah, the raven and the horns on the skull are undone, but the work on the skull so far reads nicely. All in all, very good work. Really like the highlighting on the robe back here. This is beautiful. I do that sometimes. I'll find the strangest part of a mini to be like, oh, I really like this one thing you did here. I particularly like the highlighting on the robe here, though. This is lovely. It's still like nice and saturated, but the highlights read well. I like the little gem that we've got here. Good job on the pouch, for that matter. And yeah, the makeup came out nice. It's a good contrast, that frost blue against the soft pink. If anything, I might darken it like a little bit. I might bring it down more into sort of a purple. It's a little light, considering that it's next to really her light-colored eyebrows and then her sort of blue eyes. But like the actual brushwork involved and the way that you've done her face, lovely, lovely work. Oh, the makeup came out good. You wanted to get real fancy, you could do like some blush, little rouge, you know. As someone who struggles with faces, particularly female faces, this is very impressive. Very, very impressive. All the stuff on her belt actually reads really nicely. I like the vials with the cork. Simple but effective. All of this is simple but very, very effective as far as being able to read precisely what it's supposed to be and have a nice big chunky colors on it. Same thing for the flask that's strapped back here. Little things like this can go unnoticed, but I really dig it. Good work overall. I mean, honestly, like, I don't want to critique these too much. These are good-looking minis. I'm curious what you're going to end up doing for the Raven. Only because when I think Raven, if I were going to paint a Raven, I would be leaning into cool colors, into blues. But I'm not sure that you want to do blues right next to the blue of her hair. So I think that would be something to keep in mind. Some sort of contrast, even if all you do is leave a very dark shadow between where the highlights of the Raven pick up and her really, really good looking hair, just to separate them so that you don't have blue on blue. Maybe it's a parrot. There you go. Hey, how you doing, Runic Raccoon? Sometimes I wonder if me using airbrushes a lot stunts my ability to work with regular brushes. Zephyr, fuck that. No. Airbrushes, like that's a whole skill set in addition to using brushes. And I've seen people paint entire minis using nothing but an airbrush and have them look amazing. If you're good with an airbrush, I mean, honestly, lean on what you enjoy. Lean on what you're good at, man. If you want to use brushes, you'll get good at using brushes. There's no cheating in this game. Like, if you're worried about your ability to use brushes, like, use them some more. If you're not, don't. I've seen some of your work, though, Zephyr. Like, I don't think you have anything to worry about. Could you use a purple filter? Yeah, that's an idea. I primarily use airbrush. It's nice for zenithal. Yeah, I zenithal fucking everything. Absolutely. Admittedly, I thought I was going to do more with airbrushes. I pretty much just prime with them and varnish with them. I don't know. I thought I was going to do more, but it never quite manifested. All right. Let's see what we got next. Ooh, from Printer Dragon. Piedmont Bluffs. Plus 29 total pieces. Oh, these are my files plus some modified ones, by the way. These are the files that I sell for BattleTech. These are Hextech. I guess I never talk about Hextech on this channel, do I? That's odd, because it's like a whole product line for BattleTech. I should do that. Like, if I don't do that here, where the fuck am I going? You know what? I'll solve that problem later. I'm not gonna think about it for right now. 29 total pieces, scaled up for 1.75-inch hexes, includes at least one print of all provided files, except for one that didn't want to be modified. Shit, I owe you that file. Thank you for reminding me, Printer Dragon. I'll get that done for you. Manny had a second print mirror to add more variety. Along with the provided files, I digitally kit bashed 3 custom pieces together, 1 arch and 2 base/structure entrances, which I've been digging your work, Printer Dragon. Very happy with how they all turned out, but I think I like the arch piece the best for some reason. It's a neat idea, and I should implement that into the standard file set, honestly. I've submitted to this just-in photo during the stream to cover the third photo. Let's get the other ones pulled up so we can actually have a look at them. Wabam! There's that one. And Shablizzo, there's the third. So let's start at the beginning, shall we? This is our overall enhance. Piedmont Bluffs Hills with a little bit of texture paste on top. Nice work on this. I love the texturing on top. I love the nice, simple, warm paint job to go with the grasslands terrain. I'm going to get a closer look at some of these custom pieces. That's a lot of hills. It's a lot of hills, I remember, because I made them. There were like 60 different hill configurations in this pack when I released it. It was a little mind-numbing, but you're also owed some new ones here in the near future. I really went out of my way on these ones to make them playable, too. There's lots of little things that aren't immediately apparent, like the fact that all of these are wider on the top than they are on the bottom, technically, and they all bow in towards the middle to allow mechs to actually stand next to them without bumping into them as much as they otherwise would. I'm pretty pleased. I'm pretty pleased with the playability and most of all the printability of this entire set. Let's have a look at some of the custom pieces. I love this arch. I loved it when you made it, man. This is a great idea. And Printer Dragon, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna be implementing this in some of the future hill packs. Not necessarily precisely how you've done it, though I do appreciate that you made it at least 4 hexes long, which allows you to move mechs underneath it without having to squeeze them under one, single hex narrow point. I think that was a really good idea on your part. Yeah, this came out great. For people who might be wondering why they're so janky and blocky, look at the rules for BattleTech. And if you want to play on hexes and you want to play BattleTech, trust me, this is kind of how it winds up having to be. And finally, I really like these. I remember watching you do these. These are cool as hell. Took some other files and kit bashed them in to make like some doors leading into under mountains and some vents sticking out. There are no mechs for scale. It's true. And he also upscaled these, so these are 1.75, so that actually, yeah, that would be nice. We're gonna have to get some mechs for scale on the next one, Printer Dragon. I like how you've worked in like some greens and such. I think the texturing came out pretty good on all these. I like this too, the vents sticking out the top. Been so tempted to get some Battletech minis. Zephyr, we've got a... I'll tell you, you're in the right place, man. We got a lot of Battletech players around this joint. I like the Hex gameplay system. I really, really do. It removes so much guesswork and goofery. And it still allows you to have a huge amount of there just isn't that much tactical flexibility that you're gonna gain from going to a fully open system from a Hex. Not realistically. Oh, I see it. I see it. How blind do you think I am, Kursala? Just in your average war game, you're really just not going to get that much tactical flexibility that you're actually going to use in a meaningful way from switching to a Hex to a totally open system. It takes so much measurement and so much guesswork out of line of sight, out of movement, out of distances, and I honestly wish more games used Hex systems. But people love their tape measures for one reason or another. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I will not be baited. I will not be. Let's have a look at what we got here from Voxel Forge. Speaking of Battletech. Working on that Shadowhawk. Woof. I like it. Moving throughout the multiverse. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Getting that detail in. The only issue I have is that this slows down my PC like crazy. Needs more RAM. What is Blender heavy on? I was wondering, because I know that, like, Fusion tends to eat up my RAM, but ZBrush tends to eat up my CPU. I think, now, I could be wrong about this, I'd need to check, but I'm pretty sure ZBrush is more CPU heavy than it is RAM heavy. Yeah, yeah, Valandar has it. Oh, you're doing ZBrush. You know what? I should have known that. We've talked about this. I'm an idiot. What? I'm not gonna get into a conversation about what CPU you're running live on stream because I can't brain that right now. But that's worth looking into. The way it works is it takes a snapshot of your model. Well, yeah. Chidubox eats your CPU. Chidubox is such a piece of shit, honestly. Oh, for the actual rendering? Alright. I mean, it's definitely coming together. I like how you've implemented the chest vents from the original Shadowhawk design. I feel like the head is... okay, I'm not going to critique this design at all, Voxel Forge, and I'm going to tell you why. And it's just because the Shadowhawk is my favorite mech design in all of Battletech. It has been since I was a little kid. I love the Shadowhawk. I love very specific things about it, and so I have strong opinions, yes, on the Space Hawk. Thank you, Riot Sister. So I have strong artistic opinions on it, which makes me probably not well qualified to critique anyone else's interpretation of it. You know what I mean? Like, I've got this idea in my head of what it should be, and as soon as you deviate from it, I'm like, so I'm just gonna, we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it because I want to see what you do. I like your interpretation of the chest vents. I like how the SRM2 has still found its way in there, and I'm digging how the arm's coming together. I look forward to seeing how this one turns out, given how really, really cool the awesome turned out that you were working on, Voxel Forge. Nice work. Alright, we got a little bit of business here from Gus Schultz. Oh my god, this thing again, but with more work done on it. I'm not gonna gush over the fucking wood effect on it this time like I did last time, but it still blows my mind. Slow progress on Nuka World Diorama, as the title states, making slow progress on the Nuka World Diorama. I could have just read that part. They are all the same state. They're all at the same stage except for the mole rat. They will need final weathering once the base is built and the pieces are attached. That is when I will do the final weathering so they all look cohesive. It is a bit, isn't it? Forgot, I was kind of just thinking that. Like, I feel like that Nuka bottle's gonna Gonna stab me in a dim alleyway somewhere. Does he have a crutch under one arm? Yeah, the weathering on this is intense. It's really good. I know I gushed endlessly about the weathering on the wood sign last time, and I stand by it. It looks amazing. Now, did you say you did it, was it a wire brush? Gus Schultz for the weathering on the painted wooden sign? Why does the Nuka-Cola bottle have a crutch? Okay, he's like a busted up one. He's got like a black eye and like a band-aid on his head. I haven't played the Nuka World DLC. So I'm sure it's a reference to something that I just haven't played. It's a bottle that's been buried in the mud for months. He's had better days, certainly. This is just like a case study in quality and believable weathering. I have to watch the safety video. Oh, that makes some sense out of it. That makes some sense out of it. If it's like, you know, don't be like this guy here. Danger. Yeah, I get the idea. Again, I don't know why I never got around to playing that one. Oh wait, enhance. It's even more unsettling up close. You have such a flair for like really believable, realistic details, Gus Schultz. It's what I'm constantly amazed by in your work, in the finished pieces we've seen, and here in our work in our works in progress. Psych Wolf 5. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Gus, I can't wait to see this come together. I'm glad you're still working on it. I'm very excited to see where it winds up. Here we have from Sewer Creature. Dealings with Thunderhead. Figured I'd show the little thing I was mentioning in regards to what I was working on for the boss man himself, and thank you very much, Sewer Creature. A non-meat mech is the most rare for me, so thank Thunderhead and savor this fleshless contraption. Yes, I've been gradually pressuring Sewer Creature to do some pixel work for me based on some of our retro tech designs. Just some kind of like synthwavy background images that we can use for some of our materials. And it's not flesh. I'm really trying to encourage him to do things that are not deeply unsettling, uncomfortable, and make me feel like my skin is crawling. We might even get a few more out of him. We'll see. That's technically accurate, Sewer Creature. I'm going to ask again. I hope you realize that. But yeah, we have this really cool pixel art retro synthwave interpretation of our Pioneer. And thank you so much for don't listen to Wombat Combat. He doesn't know what he's saying. He's out of his goddamn mind. Please don't do that. Let's move on. Let's move on to what Xander Shade is sharing with us. Let's do that. No need to think about any of that. Can I be utterly honest about your getup? What? I have a getup? I mean, honesty's encouraged. Finishing the Christmas shopping early this year. Instead of sharing a random pic of a messed up 3D print... Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Instead of sharing a random pic of a messed up 3D print, I decided to share what my brothers and father will be getting to build come late December. Made the order now, so I hope it all arrives in time. The HG is an appetizer for the youngest to get him interested in Gunpla, which is going to get an MG. Then each is going to get an MG to spend their days assembling. Wow. That's actually really cool. Yeah, start them on something easy. And then roll them into a more advanced kit. Man, don't do that, Sewer Creature. That's really not necessary. Please don't do that. Okay. And nobody's ever done something cool like this for me for Christmas. How nice is that? That's just right where my mind goes, is why isn't someone doing this for me? How does this affect me? How do these people's joy over the Christmas holiday, sharing their time with their family, how does that affect me? I'm a terrible person. It's awful. So far, I've actually managed to avoid it, Sewer Creature. Thank you. I always wanted to see a highly detailed art piece of Mega's XLR mech. Doesn't suit the alpha look. What? What? The alpha look. That's okay. I don't know that I've ever been accused on any level of having anything even remotely like that. But I appreciate your opinion, regardless. But I keep wanting to say butter knives. You're too alpha, bro. Get some contacts. You know, I do wear contacts sometimes. I get tired of poking myself in the damned eyes, and my eyesight is garbage. Really bad. What do we got? What do we got next? Ooh. From Avash, bases for leagues of Votan. Are these the, yeah, these are the Elric's bases. I need to get mine are very similar to this. I need to get those over to Dweghan, then we can do a nice comparison. Working on the league with some bases in the interim to get to my other models. Let's go ahead and pull up the one we've been working on. Shablamo. Here they are with just a little bit of base coat. And here they are with a little bit of extra color and some debris on there. Enhance. Yeah, these are the Crystal Caverns from Elric's Hobbies. I have a lot of bases from that guy. He does a really good job on these. Very nice. Very, very nice, Avash. Glad to see you plugging away on yet another army. Well, I guess first since third? Is that what you said? Crystalline Caverns, yeah. Did you say it was your first since third edition? Madness. And... oh, wait. Was that Xander Shade? Am I confusing two people? I've been doing the Storm Report for like an hour and a half. Give me a break. Speaking of Xander Shade, let's see what we got up here from him. Take 2 of a print-in-place card holder off of printables. Made to replace my wallet. Needs some more TLC to make look good. But I'll be more careful with the butane lighter this time. Yeah, it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. It really had never occurred to me to do one of these little pop-out card wallets on the printer. And I don't know why. It's kind of so obvious. It's one of those things where as soon as somebody does it, I'm like, why haven't I done that? Like, did I really just not think of it? It's genius. Particularly out of something like PETG, which is going to be, you know, reasonably tough and have flexibility and still function for a good long time. Those came out nice, man. Yeah, I wouldn't do it in PLA. Because in PLA, it would, you know, melt in my pocket on a hot day. With PETG, it would actually hold up to some use and to external heats well enough. I mean, it seems functional enough. Dude, hook up is it a file you paid for, or was it a free file? Go ahead and put it on the Discord if it's something that you can share, because I wouldn't mind running one of these off. I've got multiple rolls of PETG I actually kind of need to work through anyway. And, you know, it's good to remind my printers that they can go higher than 210 every now and then. And here we have from Vergataron. Thank you, Xander Shade. I appreciate that. Here is the total of my current Comstar conventional forces. Stop getting caught on me. I got the static grass done tonight and painted 3 more infantry stands. Still to do is to figure out how I want to number the tanks. Do most of the freehand emblems. The infantry are pretty much done. 1 level 2 of foot infantry is probably enough. I'll be making more motorized and jump troops eventually. Let's get the second picture pulled up and let's have a little glance here. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh man. Enhance. Tank cookies. They do kind of look like cookies, don't they? Nom, 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 nom. Zero adhesion failure since bumping the bed up to 65. It's usually something stupid like that. It's usually something stupid like that, Amish Dig. It's one little setting that you didn't think of. We got all these Savannah Masters up here. There's little infantry squads down here. Tank destroyers, tanks. Got some mechs sneaking in the back there. There's so many Comstar tanks. Holy crap, forgot. It's... Just look at them all. Why does everyone paint more than I do? This is ridiculous. Not as much as you might think, Butter Knives. These are all 3D printed. What would you... Forgot around. What do you suppose you spent on this? Because these are like... Yeah, these are pennies. These are pennies each with 3D printing, which is one of the things I like the most about it. And then, yeah, you did a lot of dry brushing, and then you got some of the weathering pigments around it. You kept the paint job nice and simple using a technique that you've been perfecting working on mechs. Like, this is some quality assembly line work is what this is. Let's have a glance at our second picture here. Well, a little lower angle. Get a glance at them infantry. I like how this guy isn't wearing a helmet. Fucking jackass. Extras I did when doing a print run for a friend, so net negative monies. Oh, there you go. He got paid to do it. Look at those beautiful Pro Acrylbot. Look at them back there. They're slightly out of focus, being all coy for the camera. Oh, Butter Knives, we do a lot of 3D printing around here, both myself and most of the people in the community. If it's something you're curious about, feel free to stick around. Even with the little blue glow for our PPCs. The infantry are metal. Are these... Where did you get the infantry from? I'm curious. Because I've purchased metal 6mm infantry from a couple of sources. Some of these look like they might be the Cav ones. Like these guys, but maybe not. Are the Savannah Masters metal? Oh, PFC, C, and C. I've seen some of their stuff. Not familiar with Coruscant. Well, Butter Knives, these are resin printed. There are two general types of 3D printing, that being FDM, which is where you're going to see a lot of the layer lines for the larger pieces, and then there are resin prints, which it's a different process. But you can end up with models that look like this. It's generally a question of how large the piece you're doing. How much did the resin printer cost for this batch? I'm not sure what you're using right now, Vergaderung, but you can get like an Elegoo Mars 2 or Mars 3 for between $200 and $300. And, I mean, you can print so much with a Mars 3, it's stupid. Honestly, Butter Knives, if you're curious about 3D printing, the Frozen Sonic Mini 4K, $250 now. If you're really curious about 3D printing, if you hit !Discord and pop over into our Discord, we have a lot. We have a lot of people that do 3D printing. If you're curious about what it can do, what you should be looking at, it's the place to ask. I design 3D files for 3D printing. Most of the shit you're going to see me painting are things that I've designed and 3D printed. Like, we do a little bit of it around here. Yeah, like me and almost everybody in chat. But that will bring us... Oh, where's OBS? There's OBS. There we go. That will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. I love that my buttons are working. It's been so long since they've worked. Riot Sister, thank you for being here tonight. It's always wonderful to see you. Yada Yume, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's have a little glance at who's doing what out there in the Twitchverse. I know it's a little late. It's about 10 o'clock. my time, folks, but I do always try to raid you someplace that I think is going to be right up your alley. So let's have a look and see who's doing what. Well, you know what? Wombat Combat Prime, it looks like, is doing some 3D modeling, and he is pretty new to it. So this is probably a good stream to be in if you are curious about 3D printing and about how you could get more involved. So let's make that happen, why don't we? Looks like he just got started. Oh, folks! Thank you guys for joining me tonight. This has been a damn good stream. I got really... I'm pleased with the amount of painting we got done on our little pistol guy tonight. I'm probably going to finish this guy up tomorrow and get some photographs taken of him. I have 4 punker minis, cyberpunk dudes here. We're going to be painting one of them on Sunday. I'm going to take some pictures of them tomorrow, and I'm going to put a poll up on the Discord and let you guys pick which one we're going to work on. Because honestly, I'm game. I'm game for any of them. I think we could have fun with any of them, but I'm curious what you guys think. And I'll probably put some of the colors up to you too, because they're cyberpunk. We need diversity. We need bright colors. We need crazy shit that I'm not necessarily going to think of. And yeah, it did work wonderfully. Guys, thank you for joining me tonight. Thank you to all of our new follows. A huge thank you to Dr. Rhino for that amazing raid. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I am sorry that we were gone for a week without being planned. I'm going to try not to let that happen again. We're going to do something special for you guys, probably a dice giveaway in the near future to make up for that as best I can. We're going to be back Sunday the 6th, Tuesday the 8th, Friday the 11th, painting. It is nothing but prep for Adepticon, so until next time, folks, keep on painting.